bit later. Start a little bit later than we usually do because I had a couple things I needed to take care of. They kind of ran together. Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. I'm not muted, am I? Or are you messing with me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm seeing it. Are y'all yanking my crank? Think you're yanking my crank. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I was running a little bit late today. I had to take care of a couple of things. Just got done exporting an hour-and-a-half video. And so I now know I can edit a full feature if need be, 90 minutes long, which is just nuts. And I was thinking about dropping it, but I was convinced by a friend, good old Johnny O, to chop it up into multiple parts, which is what I will be doing tomorrow so that I can drop it on Tuesday. So I will be cutting it up into sections to drop intermittently. There's going to be 4 parts to this fucking thing. It is so long. And I hope that cutting it up doesn't hurt its visibility or hurt it. Hurt the momentum of it. Maybe it'll help. I don't know. But he said if I drop it all at once, it's going to tank the algorithm is just going to tank me. So, and I'd like people to see it and be interested in what's going on with it. But nonetheless, I've been working my ass off pretty much since Wednesday, getting this thing done. And but it is, but almost. I have to record some outros tomorrow. But I hope everyone's doing well. I am tired because I know it was the 4th yesterday, and I'm in one of those rural areas where people are gonna be blowing up fireworks all night, freaking my dogs out, and even in the morning. But the kicker was here where I am, we had massive storms blow through, or a storm. We had a massive storm blow through. And we're talking 70 mile per hour gusts, 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts of wind. My place did not get hurt, did not get damaged, even though I have 2 very, very large trees. One in my backyard, one in the backyard area immediately behind the house, and one in the front. But it's good shade. But our roof didn't get damaged. But there were a lot of people in the neighborhood who weren't so lucky. And as with one of the guys, I think one of my neighbors across the street, one of the giant limb came out of his tree and from what I understand, went straight through the wall of his house. So it was pretty nuts. A lot of debris cleanup that had to take place. So I've been cleaning up. So I was editing and getting that done. And once I got that done, I immediately ran outside, started cleaning up debris. Had to bring out the long saw and cut some limbs that were just I was kind of suspect, just to make sure they don't fall on the roof or anything like that. So I had to limb the tree a bit, clean up a whole bunch of debris in the front yard, make sure the trash gets taken down for the pickup to the local dump, and just basically get everything done around the property that was putting off all the rest of the weekend. And now I'm here, and I am tired because I don't drink energy drinks anymore. So I don't drink energy drinks anymore, and so now I just run on pure adrenaline and occasionally coffee and Diet Coke. So it's pretty much it. My body is adjusting. That, and my wife surprised me today. She surprised me this morning by making Johnny cakes. If anybody out there is familiar with Johnny cakes, anybody? Okay, if you are, let me know in the chat if you're familiar with Johnny cakes. But my wife made a bunch of them, and they are freaking amazing. So really, really good stuff. All right, let's see who we have in the chat today. I'm feeling so slow right now. I really am. I hope we have some lively conversations. I hope we have some lively conversations with people who want to come up on stage and talk, because I am going to be a freaking snooze fest if we don't. I really, really am. Because I don't even have a video picked out that we could review. It's all slated to be released as content, and I don't have anything. I'm so ill prepared. I'm just hoping we get a solid, lively conversation up on stage, because otherwise y'all gonna be watching me sleep, or I may have to cut it early if I start falling asleep. That would be bad. Let's see. Cindy Johnson's here. Good to see you, Cindy Johnson. As well as Spam goes here. Good to see you, Spam. Andrew was hanging in the back. Yep. Had some stuff we had to take care of. Let me see. Juggernaut Jared Reed is here. Party on, everyone. Good to see you, bud. And Point Relative, thank you so much for the obligatory energy and the $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Point. You do rock. I appreciate that support. Allegedly, Fred's in the house. Weirder Rock Irix Evan, good to see you. Glorpity to you, good sir. Let me see. Who else do we have in the chat? Who else do we have? Rodinellis name is here. Good to see you. Yeah, apparently I was muted. I didn't think I was muted. I thought I unmuted myself. Maybe it delayed. I don't know. Gnostic Timber, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. As well as Ralph Humphreys. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let me see who else here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yagi Chan's in the house. Says hello from Tokyo. Hope you all enjoyed your treason day. Well, I tried to sleep. My neighbors are idiots and decided to do fireworks, massive fireworks. They waited for the storm to pass. And then once the lightning was in a decent distance away, then they started firing off the firecrackers pretty much most of the night, freaking my dogs out. So let's see. Not to mention it was damn near 90 degrees after the storm passed. It was damn near 90 degrees. And we're talking this is like at what, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night? Not great. Let me see. Who else do we have here? Make sure I D to the dubs. He says, I keep hearing Disclosure Day was awful. I have not seen Disclosure Day yet. Some people have recommended it. Some people have not. From what I understand, I don't want to spoil anything because I did hear something about the movie. I heard something about the movie, but I haven't. But I don't know if it's true or not. So I don't want to spoil anything. I've heard both sides of it, but I haven't seen it myself, which is, it's shame because it's Spielberg. It should slap. I don't know. I guess I'll have to check it out. Oat Milk, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. It says Johnny Cakes is my new pet name for Johnny O. Hell yes. Are they cousins of Freddy Cakes? Who was Johnny? Why put him in a cake? So, okay. So Johnny Cakes are kind of like if you were to combine cornbread and a pancake. And they're a little bit larger than silver dollars, but smaller than a pancake, and they're thicker because they're like cornbread. So it's kind of like a combination. It's like a cornbread pancake. So it's smaller, it's thicker, and you can split them open like a biscuit, and you can eat them obviously with syrup or butter or honey, or you can eat them plain, depending on how you make them. You can make them sweet, you can make them savory, but apparently a staple in the Caribbean. And I was not expecting them this morning. It was pretty awesome. And she fired up a bunch of Johnny Cakes, and those are delish. Had people, D the Dub says, had people popping fireworks 2 to 3 a.m. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Nostradamus says, are there still doctors in Oklahoma, or have you managed to replace them all with faith healers and snake oil? Getting there. I need to call my PCP tomorrow because I need to see if they put the damn recommendation in for my back. Because I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to hear if they've got that in because I haven't heard from the insurance company yet. So I've got to get my back sorted out because I have got to get back in the gym. This is just kicking my ass. Rabbit Atheist, good to see you. Says, listen before I go to work. Greetings in the name of Fangs. Greetings to you, good sir. Thanks so much for popping by. Always good to see an atheist celebrity. Gile, good to see you. Hi, what movie talk we were talking about was a Disclosure Day. Apparently not great. Not bad, not great, not sure. Haven't seen it yet. Heard differing opinions. Weirder Rock says, why ruin pancakes? They're Caribbean, dude. Johnny Cakes are Caribbean. So, I don't know. They use cornmeal. So, they can use cornmeal. That's what they use. But it's like a combination cornbread it's like a cornbread pancake. And they're really freaking tasty. So, little corn flour-based pancake button sounds interesting. Yeah, they were tasty and really easy to make. So the recipe was pretty damn simple. Let me see. Allegedly, Fred for 10 Australian. Thank you so much. Is because I bet you wouldn't be muted, and you were. Thank you so much, allegedly. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I'll try not to be next time. I guess I delayed it. I'm not sure. Apparently, Sir Equinox 42, good to see you. Says Spielberg has lost his mojo. Shame. That's a bummer. Hi, you're in a Johnny cab. The door opened. You got in. The only thing better was the kiosks. The only thing better in Johnny Cab were the kiosks in Demolition Man. Oh, man. So, I once had a corn muffin once. Sweet, but not bad. Yeah, corn muffins are good. Cornbread is so gross. You take that back. You take that back, good sir. That is blasphemy, especially where I live. Seriously, cornbread. It depends upon like how it's made. You can mess up cornbread really really bad. As easy as it is, you can mess it up. But cornbread and chili, cornbread and chili, cornbread and chicken. You don't sleep on the cornbread. One of the best moments. What is it? If anybody here seen The Green Mile? Stephen King's The Green Mile. Seen the movie? After Coffee helps Paul, after he heals Paul, he goes home and he heals him of his bladder infection. He goes home. He's finally able to go to the bathroom normally, and he gets his mojo back. And his wife and him spend a good time. And his wife thanks John by baking him this massive thing of cornbread. And I was like, that looked damn tasty because so bad for you, but really, really good. Most people do make it too dry. But cornbread, damn good. As a former Georgian, I will not. How's it going, Luke? Doing fine. Currently live over on YouTube. The stream link is in the side. The stream link is in the side chat. Well, you're more than welcome to come up on the stage and have a discussion. Cornbread with butter and a little maple syrup. Hell yeah, that sounds good. Cornbread with anything with the sauce is good eating. Sling Blade was mustard. You got any of them French fried taters? Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. I do like Sling Blade. I think Billy Bob Thornton was pretty badass in that. How's it going, PhD Tony? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Biscuits and mustard. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Karis 2030, good to see you as well. It says, in the UK, a Johnny cake is a no-yeast bread cooked by a campfire. Very cool. Yeah, my wife made them this morning with cornmeal. Yeah. It's like I said, it's like corn. It's like a cornbread pancake. All right. Well, since I had to block Chris into it. Okay, so Chris damn near got himself booted out of my Discord. The anti-socialism propaganda shit that he's posting up is not going to have any place on my server. I am the only admin there. There used to be other admins, but they're no longer. I mean, they're just not around. And so, but I got to watch the various videos that get linked on there, and I'm not playing the I'm not playing the whole like the anti-socialism propaganda, the whole thing like all the stores are closing because of Mom Dami or Mom Donnie, and 300,000 people are evicted because of the rent freeze. Is like, it's just his absolute nonsense. Talking about hypothetical scenarios that aren't taking place, that are spreading misinformation because these whatever capitalistic psychopaths that only want to be that only want to be the ones that benefit from anything. And socialism is equates to like Stalinistic communism is just insane. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not playing that BS. This whole already all of a sudden, I don't know if I caught some bits and pieces of it, but that 4th of July speech from the shit in chief was essentially it felt like watching old McCarthyism videos again, like the McCarthyism tapes, and where all of a sudden communism is the big boogeyman around. The Red Scare has apparently returned, and yeah, just completely made up, just made up bullshit. Lying is just the way business is done these days because you can't outlaw lying and you can't outlaw greed. Unfortunately, you can't make him against the law. Well, the moron in charge thinks it's still that. Yeah, right. Exactly. He still thinks it's the days of McCarthy, where the communists are hiding around every bush, waiting to take your identity, take your freedom. So friggin' stupid. Same old script over and over again. They're banking on people being stupid enough to fall for it. Well, we do have somebody in the chat. Well, we do. Hopefully, this will be a lively discussion. Let's see what we have. Luke is in the back. I've spoken with Luke before. Luke, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. How are you doing?
Doing good.
I'm sorry. I'm waiting for my pizza to come up, so I won't be able to start the conversation. But I just wanted to point out that out of the 7 points out of the list that you made, only one we disagree on. It's the number 4.
Number 4 we disagree on?
Yeah, like number 1 we agree, number 2 we agree, number 3 we agree, number 5 Christianity is a cult. Yeah, kind of. Well, cult is used as a term to pejorative one. Well, if you're making it as a pejorative one, no. If you make it as a specific definition of cult, okay, cool, we can call it a cult. And Christian nationalism is a threat to democracy. Yeah, well, depends on who in the Christian nationalist cult that you talk about, because that's another one of a cult. And then the Bible is a science book, we agree. So number 4 is God doesn't exist, is the one we disagree on.
Well, I mean, it depends upon my position. It depends upon how you're defining the God. If you define the God in a logically contradictory way, then it can't exist.
Yeah, so there should be a definition that is not logically contradictory. So what I understand that from our conversation before is that what you find logically contradictory comes with your own definitions. So you have words in English that they do have a definition, and you use those definitions and say, based on those definitions, this is contradictory. But when you talk about God, words that we're using are not the common language. It is a specific language, the one that is applied to God.
Was that just the way?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I mean is that the contradictions are not as contradicting as you think it is. Because of for example, saying that Jesus is 100% God and 100% human, contradicting in reality, in common language. Nothing can be 100% of two things, But in the theologian language, it does make sense.
Well, if we're talking about if we're applying the linguistic rules of logic, which are like linguistic axioms that we use commonly to convey information from one to another, I mean, there's no changing that. A equals A and A equals not A, and A is not equal not A. These things don't change. So, like, the laws of logic are consistent. They're linguistic axioms. Okay, because if you break them, if you don't adhere to them, then the information you're trying to convey is completely incoherent. So if you define your God in a logically contradictory way, there's no way to get around that. It is either contradictory or it is not, and its contradictory nature can be determined by how you are defining it, by the words you use.
Yeah, and what I'm pointing out is that definitions can apply depending on the context, and the context that when we had this conversation, we had a context that was the common language or a specific one, philosophical language, and then I am pointing out that there is a specific language for describing God.
What language is that?
I would call it theological language. I don't know if it makes sense.
Does theology use words that are understood by people who speak English?
Kind of. They are understood in the general sense, but specifically, no. They're not. Like the example of 100% God, 100% human, people don't understand it usually.
That's because it's contradictory. It can't be. You
Yeah,
can't. You cannot be one. You cannot be absolutely this. You cannot be absolutely something that and two things that are mutually exclusive.
yeah. That's what I'm pointing out. You are one of those people who don't who say, okay, this doesn't make sense, and there is no way, there is no definition I can think of where it would make sense. Am I correct?
No, it there. I mean, okay, if we're talking about like the words being used,
Mm,
there are no words that could convey two mutually exclusive things being occupied or true simultaneously.
okay,
That's
cool. Yeah,
logically
of course.
because the truth of one. This is simply
That's
talking
not
about
what we're
no,
trying to convey.
this
You
is
have to
no
understand, GL.
Luke. This is simply talking about propositional logic.
It it is not the idea
One
that Baptiste
proposition
wanted to
being
convey it.
true, one proposition being true negates the truth of the opposing one.
Not really. Like you're a
No,
murderer and
yes,
you're not
really.
a murderer.
This is propositional logic, and it
You're
is
killing me
true.
and you're a murderer
It is
are two
true.
propositions.
No. Murder is a qualifier of the action. You can
Those,
be a killer and be a murderer. You could be a killer and not be a murderer.
if I say you're killing me, you're not a murderer.
These are they're two completely different scenarios.
Yes. Here's
And guess what?
the person.
And no, and they're two completely different scenarios. Not to mention, they're not mutually exclusive. Because the definition of one doesn't automatically the definition of one doesn't entail the negation of the other. So we're talking about mutually exclusive concepts. A thing cannot be a square and a circle simultaneously because the definition of a square eliminates any other shape that is not a square. So it cannot be it cannot simultaneously be an object with equilateral sides and a circle with four equilateral sides and a circle. It can't occupy both because they're mutually exclusive. If you're talking about like God and like Jesus was both 100% God and 100% human, no, because God by its nature is not. So it cannot be a complete totality of one because it's mutually exclusive from the other. Unless you want to say Jesus was God in human form, incarnate, which states that it was God in a human form.
So, sorry, I didn't get the whole explanation, but when I said you're killing me, did you understand what I meant when I say that those seem to be contradicting?
They are, because they are mutually exclusive. The thing you described, the thing you tried to use as an analogy was not mutually exclusive.
You being a murderer and me telling you that you're killing me and not being a murderer?
They're not mutually exclusive. I can be both at the same time.
You cannot be a murderer and not a murderer at the same time.
No, I could be a murderer and be cleaning. I could be not cleaning and be. It doesn't matter. Whatever proposition you make regarding those two predicates, I can be either. I can be either one. I can be both of them. I can be neither. Okay, because those two predicates are not mutually exclusive. So you're not invoking a contradiction there. Okay, just simply by defining me as something. What I can say is that if you're defining a thing as a thing, if you have mutually exclusive predicates, that's going to result in a logical contradiction. The thing cannot exist. Like, for example, saying that God is omniscient, that attribute entails contradictory predicates, which it tells us that it can't be omniscient. So that if you define it as omniscient, that God can't exist. That's a fairy tale God.
You are both a murderer and not a murderer.
That would be contradictory, because now you have two mutually exclusive positions. Either I have committed murder, or I have not committed murder. I can't. So one of the propositions is true. Okay, but we need to be able to determine which one. But I can't be both simultaneously. The cat, is alive and dead. But if we're looking at the cat and we see it, we ascribe one or the other to it. If the cat is obviously alive, It cannot be dead simultaneously. These are mutually exclusive predicates. So that's what we're running into.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that the God you're defining, if you give it attributes that entail mutually exclusive predicates, it's going to be, you're basically defining it out of existence. So you need to redefine it in a logically consistent way.
Sorry, just
So-
this happened. We're live on
Uh,
YouTube currently. Link is in the side chat.
Right now, the trouble I'm having is conveying this idea of definitions and how definitions can change, and seems to be opposing each other, if even though they don't. So, if someone reads that what I wrote in the chat, which is "you are killing me," they could interpret it as "you are a murderer," when in fact you're not a murderer. When God's so you understand that the same words, same word killing or murder, have different definition depending on the context.
Right,
in
they
anthropology,
are
it's just
context
killing.
dependent. They are context dependent. But when we're
Yeah.
talking about the God category,
Yeah.
there's nothing in that context.
It is a context.
Because there's nothing,
God is a context.
there's nothing to compare it by. The words are singular in their definition. There is no alternate definition for omniscient. There is no alternate definition for omnipotent. There is no alternate definition for the people who try to change those definitions, like Plantinga did, are just crackpots. They're just literally trying to argue them, or like get out of the logical contradictions by using proprietary language. If you want to try and use proprietary language, then I have no use for the conversation, because
There you go.
that just means we're just going to be making up shit, and which is just pointless.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying that when you're in your argument of God doesn't exist, you use
doesn't.
your
It doesn't.
You use,
Then you can't demonstrate that it does, because it doesn't.
you use your own definitions.
It's not
or
my own
maybe-
definitions. These are not mine. I'm not using proprietary terminology. I'm using the terminology as established by literally the languages that we currently use. The words like in English, like the English language as derived going all the way back to the Greek concepts. So no, I'm not using proprietary language.
You want to call your own the one that we use in English in common language, or common language in English. I agree.
I've got a challenge for this.
Yeah.
What we supposedly know about God is only what's conveyed by Scripture, isn't it?
You're far away from the microphone. I don't know well.
Yeah, sorry, working on that. So, what we're supposed to know about God is conveyed by Scripture, correct?
Kind of. There is a lot of knowledge that comes from how do you call when your father talked to your son, and then
Well,
tradition.
where did that information come from then?
Tradition. Where does tradition come from?
Not the tradition. Where did the information that's being conveyed to you by that other person come from? Where did they get it from?
They got it from their father. I'm not sure I understand your question.
I know. Where does that bottom out? That's what I'm wondering.
They get it from the Scripture.
Oh no! Like there is information that you get from the behavior that is not written in the Scripture. For example.
Oh well, that's you reading into their behavior then. So you're not actually describing a verifiable source. You're saying we're supposed to be able to determine it from what about another person's behavior tells me about God.
They understood something that God told them.
Well, I asked you what the source was. And you didn't give me a source.
God is the source. I'm not sure I understand what your question
Hey,
is.
Calgon, good to see
So
you.
God spoke to somebody was what you're bottoming out at.
Correct.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody can verify that one yet, but
And
basically,
taking it
the
as
rest
true
of
would be
them-
begging
By
the question.
definition,
yeah, the rest of them-
Taking it as true would be begging the question.
yeah, but
is there a way to
but just-
verify by
just
definition?
putting a
There is
pin
no way to verify by definition, or is there a way, but nobody prepared the way?
before I'm worrying about what somebody else claims God told them privately, I really can't do much with that. So the majority of what we end up talking about is what Scripture ends up saying, and the Scripture is what shows the contradictions. So are we supposed to take the Scriptures for what they tell us about God?
No.
No. What method do we use to actually determine what God's actual nature is then?
Revelation, the thing I talked to you about, the revelation and tradition.
Well, I can't trust tradition because, see, I mean, like, I don't even have anybody else writing down or corroborating anything else, and I can't tell where the tradition started. So, I mean, that's like the worst game of telephone tag ever.
Also, yeah, you're getting the information from other people. How can you
Yeah.
trust they're not? How can you trust they're not making the same mistake that you're making?
How would I know good? How would I know good transmission from bad transmission?
Oh,
My method for verification.
I'm saying tradition. Do you see the chat in this app?
Yeah, there's a private chat going on there.
Sorry, I typed the word tradition because I think you misheard me, or I am not pronouncing it correctly. Sorry.
No,
you said tradition. You said
Okay.
tradition. We heard you. The problem is that how do you know that the tradition you're getting is accurate? Like, how can you determine that?
There are evidences for tradition.
What?
There are evidences like pottery, for example. Pictures, potteries.
Okay.
This kind of thing are evidences for the tradition.
A quick confirmation. Tradition doesn't tell us that what you think is communicated by the tradition actually accurately represents anything about the nature of God. That's just what they tell you. What tells us that what they say maps to what this God supposedly is like? What validates that?
In my opinion or in yours?
Did he walk away from the mic?
Oh.
I think he was hopeful that his microphone was stronger than it truly is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me change the microphone. I just realized that it might be using the wrong one.
No worries.
Mm.
Oh, while you're fixing that, quick shout out to Rabid Atheist, Mr. Ed Raby, in the chat with us today.
Yeah,
a celebrity.
Always nice seeing an atheist celebrity hanging out.
Yeah.
Is it better that now you can hear me, right?
Yeah, this is much
less
better.
Distorted.
Yeah. I was using the microphone phone for the webcam. Thank you for telling me that I was my voice was dealing. So, yeah. How do we know that we can trust them? Are you asking me from my worldview or yours?
From the idea of, you say that they're describing something about the nature of God. How do I know that God is actually the way they say? There is a thing, and it is the way they say it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My answer is it according to my review or yours?
No, this would be going to your epistemology.
Yeah. What tells you that what the tradition says about your God is in fact how the God is?
It's a trust in the Catholic Church. I'm Catholic, by the way. I don't know if you knew, Andrew.
That's saying I trust because I trust is offers no methodology.
It's a really bad like epistemic standard, and it's especially and it's broken because you do not use that epistemic standard for most things that you classify as knowledge in your life.
Do you have a better one that you can propose in this specific subject?
I've got a theological question attached to this, because it seems like you're willing to toss scripture aside for tradition. What justifies that? Any schism between the two?
Any what?
Distance.
Any disagreement? Any disagreement between tradition? Like what separate like Vatican I and Vatican II?
You have to observe the claims of your tradition. Usually they coincide with reality or not. And
what happens if you have disagreement?
Historical artifacts that allows us to.
Okay, but what happens if how do you reconcile a disagreement from two people who believe they're hearing from God, but coming away with different conclusions?
You compare their claim. That's how.
And what if they're directly contradictory?
If they are contradictory, there should be evidence in reality of this contradiction, something that we could measure that do differentiate between which one of those two is real or is true.
Like Vatican I and Vatican II. How do you reconcile that?
They are the same, like they're saying the same thing.
You sure about that?
No. I don't think they contradict each other, Gia.
There are differentiations in how God's word is interpreted, which is what led to.
I don't think they contradict each other. You know, like saying the opposite? One saying the opposite of the other one, in that sense?
Yeah, when you address different issues by utilizing different historical contexts, okay, then you're going to have disagreements on how certain things are justified. Okay, so which is what makes the two incompatible. So, like, literally, they address multiple issues using a different interpretation of the historical context in which they are interpreting that text. So there are different ways. It can't be both. They that's why there is a 1 and 2. If they were both identical, then the church wouldn't have changed. So it's their interpretations of the historical context which is different. Vatican II interprets it differently than than Vatican I does. So
there is also the social context that do evolve. The social context, God. Okay. Did I already told you about the drinking water can be a bad thing?
That what?
Drinking water can be a sin.
Can
be sinful to drink water. Did I already told you about this story?
No, to be honest, I don't care. I want to know how you determine that God actually exists. Because all of this so far is doing nothing but begging the question.
I know, because we just take you on the term of what God is.
What do you mean a different? That it is an agent that is not equal to anything that is not itself. It literally occupies its own category. It is the source of everything. It is the source of the ontology, the metaphysical ontology for everything that is not itself. Mm-hmm. It is the thing from which all things that are not it are actualized. That's what you define it as being. Literally the source of all being, if you want to just narrow it down there. I'm saying that such an agent doesn't exist, and there is no evidence to point to it. Number one, I'm saying that the Christian Abrahamic God is logically contradictory. It cannot exist. It doesn't exist because it can't. It can't exist any more than a square circle. If you want to redefine the God into a logically consistent manner by giving it logically consistent attributes, then I would say that it's unfalsifiable and you have no justification to believe it other than an appeal to your personal fifis.
So the reason why I believe that you don't understand who God is because when I ask the question, what would a God, a word where the God that, as you describe it, look like, where a God like you describe it exists, look like? So describe to me what does it look like, this word where you have a God and the way you use it, and you are unable to do that because you say that this God is illogical. So
wait, no, hang on a second. What? No,
God,
I'm not following the question. I'm not following the question you asked. Are you asking me like?
I tracked it. Yeah.
What would the world look like if a God did exist?
If the God that you are referring to when you say God doesn't exist, existed.
It can't. No, the God I'm talking about can't exist. So I can't make a reference. I can't make a reference to anything as though it does. That would be silly because it's logically contradictory.
I know. It is by definition he cannot exist.
Definition right. So the universe would look exactly like it looks right now.
Well, no, it cannot. You cannot describe it. You don't say that it would look like it.
No. Like, the universe would still look. No,
the universe would still look like where.
No, Luke. The universe would still look the way it looks. No, Luke. The universe would still look the way it looks right now.
You are
there'd be no difference.
Gio?
Do what?
You cannot claim that. I don't think you can.
Yes, I can. It's a strong inference. Of course I can.
So
if no God exists, this universe looks okay. If there was no entity, or if the Christian Abrahamic biblical God as it's defined, if that existed, the odds of this universe looking the way it looks would be extraordinarily different given its definitional attributes. Number one, the whole it's ultimate love, or it's like the highest form of love or whatever. Because there are things that go on. If you want to talk about like the logical problem of evil or the evidentiary problem of evil, let's just go with the evidentiary problem of evil is incompatible with that particular attribute. Okay, it could easily make every single living organism on the planet subsist through photosynthesis, and we'd still all have the exact same problems. We just wouldn't be eating each other in order to survive. That'd just be one way. But guess what? If there were no God, this universe looks exactly like it does, and the processes within it, like evolution, which requires things, which like extinction is a part of, mass death is a part of the system, and like random for like no, I would say random because there's no like naturally there's naturalistic reasons behind it. It's exactly what we would expect to see if no God existed and there was no end goal or intention behind the existence of the universe. Okay, if there is such an entity, then at best it's classical deism and it's not interfering. It simply creates things and then it fucks off and doesn't actually like engage with anything that it makes. Either way, it's unfalsifiable. There's no reason to believe that's the truth. But the Christian Abrahamic biblical God does not exist because it can't exist. So I can't imagine a world if a logically contradictory thing existed. That would be weird.
That's what I said. That's what I said before you started, and you said, "Wait."
How can I imagine? How can I conceptualize the existence?
I agreed with you, GL.
No, Lou. So okay. So you agree that God doesn't exist? Okay, great.
No, I agree with you that if you define God as illogical, you cannot describe what a world where this God would exist to look like.
I'm not defining it. I'm not defining illogical. I'm operating from the Christian Abrahamic biblical definition.
You are not.
I am. It's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. These are contradictory.
Yeah, but you give your own definition of those words.
No, I'm not. Omnibenevolent.
I'm sorry.
Omnibenevolent.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. Not your own. The colloquial definition.
They're not colloquial. These go back to the Greek. These go back to the. They're not colloquial. They go back to the. No, Luke. They're not colloquial. They go back to the Greek.
I understand. It's not the right word, GL. What I mean is that it is not the definition that is used.
They are the definition because they go back to the Greek.
When theologians talk about God.
When the Hebrews were talking about God, and they were talking about an omnibenevolent God. It was a God through which every single action maximized love and maximized an outcome of love. That it was not capable of evil. That it literally, by definition, its nature was that which is good. It's vacuously tautological, but that's how they defined it. The problem is that the people who were writing the shit back in the day really didn't have a good idea didn't really have a mind for like propositional logic or first order logic. So these things didn't really come into play until much, much later when these languages were formalized. And people began to really understand that this thing doesn't make any sense, which is why you then had the whole spate of apologists who would start coming up with different variations of the Christian God to get around these problems. But it doesn't solve it because they're just redefining the God to get around it. So when it comes down to it, I'm operating with the understood Greek-based definitions of the Abrahamic Christian God, Abrahamic Christian biblical God. That thing can't exist because it's logically contradictory. Omniscience is self-contradictory. Omnipotence is self-contradictory. Omnibenevolence is self-contradictory. And the three in conjunction with one another is all self-contradictory as well. So that thing can't exist. So define it in a logically contradictory way. And then we'll just talk about how it's not rational to believe in an unfalsifiable concept.
You asked me to define God in a non-contradictory way.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy.
Yes, it is. But for me to be able to do that, you need to agree that the definition that you use is not the definition that they use.
Well, it depends upon what terms you use.
I've got a kind of a condition attached to this. Mm-hmm. So it appears that you're going to be willing then to throw chunks about what various Bibles tell us about your God out the door, correct? You're telling us that that's not an accurate depiction because you've got tradition that somehow says otherwise. This is the case, is it not?
If tradition says otherwise, yeah.
Oh, okay. So JL is, of course, referencing the book that you're willing to throw pieces out of. And I don't suspect you're going to have any way to justify the difference that you're going to be presenting for this God's nature, are you? That nothing that would be satisfying to anybody else who isn't going to take it at face value.
Okay.
If you say God is like X, the Bible says God is like X, you say God is like Y, and you're going to say, why should I believe that it's Y? And then your answer is going to be tradition. Is this pretty much the math we're looking at?
Tradition or teachings of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, well, the teaching is the tradition. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a specific reliable source that I call the Catholic Church.
So at this point, just for reference, you're throwing bits of a Bible out for your tradition, and we don't have a way to verify the nature of where your claim's coming from. Because when you say tradition, of course, I don't know who we can truly pin this down to, and whatever source they have, we won't have access to, will we?
In this voice chat, no, I won't.
No, I mean in any capacity. Like, since you described personal revelation being part of that, we won't have access to that.
You have access to personal revelation. You have to.
No, I mean their personal revelation. Remember, you said God spoke to them. That's what was passed down. I don't have access to their revelation.
And I don't even, and not even that,
Why
not even
would
that.
you?
Well, Luke, not even that. We don't have access to another individual's whatever they're calling revelation, and I have no mechanism to determine if information that I glean or information that I come across is revelatory. Like, how can I determine that information that information I have intuited from a prior set of circumstances or a prior set of parameters? I can intuit information from that. How do I determine between something that I've intuited from prior existing information and a revelation from a God? Like, how do I determine that? Or even better, how do I determine the difference between an epiphany and a revelation from a God? Like, by what mechanism can I do that?
To my knowledge, it is testimony. So you ask the person, it is reliable.
No, how can I do it? No, how can I do it? Like, I can have an epiphany where subconsciously I connect different ideas and I come up with an idea that appears to come out of nowhere. It's what we call an epiphany, but it really is, it's just pattern recognition going on in the back of my mind. So how do I differentiate? By what mechanism can I differentiate between a standard epiphany and revelation from a God? Like, how can I determine the difference between the two?
You ask others. So reliable source.
How do they tell the difference?
They have access to the same knowledge that you do. They have the ability to talk to God. Others, they have this relationship with God that they have.
How do I know that?
The same way you know that they see the tree that is in front of you or the coffee cup in my hand.
What?
All right, let me try to.
No. How do I know someone has a relationship with a God and they're not just claiming it because they believe it?
I have a coffee cup in my hand. How do you know that?
Because I can see it on your video.
Yeah, and you trust the science of the video, and you trust me when I say
I have evidence, yes, and I have evidence, and I have priors.
Yeah,
you do understand what priors are, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have prior experience of coffee cups.
GL.
I have prior experience of coffee cups, and I have prior experience of people holding coffee cups, and I have prior experience of people with coffee cups appearing on video in front of me. Great. So I have prior experience, so I can so I can conclude with extremely high probability that what I am observing is you on screen holding up a coffee cup. Just going through this is the epistemic framework, Luke. This is what your brain does as you're rolling through your epistemic standard. So my epistemic standard, as you can tell, is extraordinarily rigid because I don't like to be deceived. So how can I determine that someone else is having a relationship with God, actually a relationship with God, and they're not just convinced that they do? How can I
Same
tell the
answer.
difference?
You ask others.
No, how do I know they are? I could be surrounded by a billion people who are all convinced of a proposition, but all of it is false because
I
the
know.
God doesn't exist. Yes, because a billion people can be wrong about something.
Correct. They can be wrong that there is a coffee cup in my hand.
So by what
agree
mechanism
with you.
what mechanism can I determine that someone actually has a relationship with a God?
You say you agree there is a coffee cup, and right now you do have someone who told you this.
It's a category
coffee cup.
error. It's a category error. It's disanalogous because the
How
coffee
did
cup,
you know that
because the
this
coffee cup
person
is material and the
didn't
God
lie
concept,
to you?
it's a category.
The
It's a
reason why
Luke,
you know that
Luke,
this
you
person
need to actively listen like you rarely do. It is a category error.
You heard me.
It's a category error. The coffee cup that you held up is a material object. The God concept that you're referring to is not. So the epistemic standard that applies to them is going to be different. I can't say that because Luke tells me he has a dog in his backyard. That's an innocuous claim. I can take that at face value and be like, sure, it's not inconceivable that you don't. It's not inconceivable that you do. A lot of people have dogs. You may like dogs. You may have a dog in your backyard. Who cares? It's trivial. But if you think that my accepting your claim that you have a dog is equivalent to me accepting that you have a relationship with a God that you haven't demonstrated to even exist, that's two entirely different epistemic claims. Why would I mean, I can understand why I believe one is trivial. Why would I believe the other?
Because, like the first one, you heard and you believed those who told you so.
Because I saw material evidence. You have not shown me any evidence whatsoever. You've made a claim that you are convinced a God exists. But I see no rational justification to accept your proposition as being true. I see that you are being irrational. So how can I determine the difference between the two? This makes no sense.
Which part isn't clear to you?
By what mechanism could I ever determine that someone else has a relationship with a God that they can't demonstrate? Like, how could I determine that?
There is no... Okay, in your question, you claim that they cannot demonstrate it.
They can't.
Nobody
can.
So my answer, because in your question, you asked that you claim that they cannot demonstrate it, then I would say no, there is no way because they cannot demonstrate it. But where we disagree on is their demonstration. I am claiming that they can demonstrate it, that they have an epiphany. You're claiming that they can't.
Well,
You're asking me, how do I know that they received an epiphany or that
No. I'm going deeper onto your side of it. I'm saying they can't. They can't provide a material demonstration of the God because the God is fundamentally immaterial. So therefore, you can't make a demonstration of it. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that they do have evidence they can't provide it. But here's the problem: if someone says that they believe in a God and that they know a God exists and they have a personal relationship with it, okay, someone tells me that, I say, how can you show me that? How can you demonstrate that you have a personal relationship with this entity? How can you do that? And how can I tell the difference between actually having a relationship with a deity and simply being convinced that I have a relationship with a deity when I actually don't? How can I tell the difference between the two?
That's how.
Okay, asking others doesn't cross the bridge because I can ask a billion people and they can all be convinced of the same proposition and they can all be wrong. So we're right back to the same. So Luke, we're right back to the same question. By what mechanism can I determine how someone has, or the difference between someone having a relationship with a God and someone who is merely convinced they have a relationship with a God? How can I determine the difference?
Same answer. I won't change my answer, man. GL. You have to.
You realize that the answer you gave got us right back to the exact same problem, right?
No.
Yes. You're not listening to me. I cannot ask somebody else.
You're not listening to me. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I am listening to you.
Okay. Why did
I'm going to ask you the question one more time because I have somebody else in back. And just listen to what I'm saying. We're going to go by your answers. How can I tell the difference between someone who is merely convinced they have a relationship with a God and someone who actually has a relationship with a God? How can I tell the difference between the two?
Ask the Catholic Church.
Okay. Your answer was ask the Catholic Church. Great. How do I know that the Catholic Church is not making the same mistake as someone who is convinced they have a relationship with God?
You use the same tool that you use for the coffee cup. Trust.
That's a category error. So you said I use the same epistemic framework, the epistemic standard that I would use for determining the coffee cup. But that's a category error, because one category is a person merely making a claim about something that is immaterial, and the other is like Andrew right now, holding a material thing in his hand in front of my eyes. So it's a category error. The epistemic standard doesn't handle the same for both. So again, how can I determine that the Catholic Church is not making the exact same mistake as the person who is convinced that they have it? Hang on, Andrew. Hang on, because I'm trying to.
Before he answers there, because he didn't offer the method. He just said who will give you an answer. He didn't describe what the answer would look like.
Yeah, I'm driving towards the mechanism.
Function.
Yeah, I'm driving towards a methodology. I want to hear it. So if I go to ask the Catholic Church, by what mechanism can I determine that they are not doing the same thing as the person who is convinced they have a relationship? We're in the exact same boat.
If you ask the same question about the coffee cup, you will get tools. That you have your own tools, GL, that you use to know if this source is a reliable one or not. Reliable on the specific subject.
Oh fuck! Are you literally telling me look at the trees?
Look at the trees.
Because obviously I would use my eyes to see the coffee mug. I would use my hands to hold it. I would use other tests to determine what its composition, all that stuff. This is all empirical data.
I've got one other
What
form.
empirical data do I have access to that tells me a God exists?
You can observe. There are plenty. In your worldview, I don't know how to answer the question. I'm sorry. I'm missing too much information.
Let's get a separate thing. I tell you, my coffee cup mug here has a cork bottom. I've described a property about it, haven't I?
Yeah.
How did I justify the property I described it by?
So I asked my teachers. So my teachers are those.
No. I asked you about my coffee mug. Why did you jump to your teachers? We're still on my mug. Please stick to my mug. I said a property about it.
The words.
What justifies the claim it has a cork bottom?
The words you use, like you say cork. Cork is a word that has been taught to me by my teachers.
Yeah, it's a word. I get that. But how did I justify that my mug has the property?
So right now I know what it looks like, so I can see it on your screen, and I trust how those camera works, and it looks like what my teacher told me a cork.
And I can hand it to you. I can maybe pitch it at you.
Yeah.
And if the top part of this hits your head, you'll give me one impression.
It's way more than the bottom one.
This part hits your head, you'll give me a different impression, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now your God thing.
Yeah.
What did you observe to determine any of those properties are attached to an entity? So you have to establish an identity to attach those properties to, and a method of justifying the properties themselves.
Do you understand why I said my teachers they told me what cork is?
No, we
sorry, is it the case that you've never seen a cork?
Like a wine cork?
Oh, no, given where Luke is located, trust me, that's cork country.
Yeah, French. I'm French, PhD.
So, yes, you're French, so you've obviously seen cork. You know where it comes from. It comes from trees. You have a broad understanding. You have been taught some of its physical properties. Maybe you've touched one. You've seen one.
Why I talked about my teachers.
You've smelled one. So why are you relying on teachers?
I trusted them. When they told me
Oh,
that quark was
how much
that,
trust
I
do you
trusted
need?
my teachers that they were
But
lying to me.
okay, but I want to ask him a question. You said earlier that we could just ask the Catholic Church if God
I trusted
exists.
them.
Can I ask Muslims whether or not Allah exists? Can I ask Hindus whether or not Vishnu exists?
Yes.
And I'll get the answer yes in each and every instance. Why would I
Correct.
believe the Catholics over the Muslims or the Hindus?
They have opposite claim about reality.
What different claims about reality do they have?
I wouldn't
for
even worry
example,
about what the
Muslims-
different claims are. We're still wondering.
Yeah.
They're all saying different things. Why trust yours?
Well,
Because
yeah,
the
that's where I'm
claims do
getting to
not
is like,
correspond with reality. That's why.
okay, but
How?
Luke, back
What
to
is
Tony.
the reality? What is the property in reality that confirms your beliefs? What can I go out and test? Because you were asked this question before, and you just said, "Go and ask people." Okay, but why
I'm
would I
asking you.
believe those people any more than I would believe the Hindus or the Muslims?
Because
you know,
you trust them.
why? Why do I trust them?
It is your own how to call that? When
Culture.
your arguments and trust, you have a list of things that is subjective, like a subjective list of evidence. There you go. The word that was looking
So,
for.
saying-
when the Catholic Church said there was no sexual abuse and they weren't covering up, I should trust them.
No.
I have a question for you.
Hang on, Andrew. I mean,
into Tony's. It's
Okay.
Tony's
Off you go.
specifically for this. You'll see about that one. So when you said I should just trust them, if I just trusted them, I wouldn't be asking them in the first place. You realize that? When you say you just
I'm
trust
sorry.
them, why would I trust them?
You have to ask a reliable source.
How would I know they're reliable?
It's because they answer your tree of evidence.
hey, Luke, can I ask you? I just what Andrew's doing here, what Tony's doing here is really as fascinating because we seem to be dancing around the same thing. Why are you so afraid of using the term faith?
Oh
no, I'm not using because in this conversation I do not use faith.
But you keep dancing. You keep dancing around it because that is what it is understood within Christianity. Whether you're a Protestant or a Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or whatever, faith is paramount. Okay, it requires belief without evidence, belief without rational justification. You have to literally throw yourself on the sword of a proposition you cannot determine to be true or false, and you just accept it as being true. That's what faith is. It is not confidence. It is not trust, which are evidentiary based. We trust people based on priors. We have confidence in things based on priors. But guess what? If someone tells me the correct answer to a math equation, if a priest told me the correct answer to a math equation 100 times, and the 101st question I asked them was, how do you know a God exists?
Yeah.
They're two entirely different questions.
Correct. Who is your trustworthy source when it comes to God?
Like when it comes, literally, as far as like sources about people who claim to believe one exists, I address everybody equally, whether they be Catholics or Muslims or Hindus or whatever.
Who is your trustworthy source?
I don't have one source alone. I go after everyone equally because I want them to demonstrate the truth of their proposition.
Right now,
as far as critically analyzing the concept goes, propositional logic is pretty much my go-to.
When you have these kind of questions where the question was, how do I know that I had an epiphany? So when you have those questions, you want to find a reliable source. Who is the trustworthy source when it comes to acquiring knowledge about epiphany? You cannot say, I will ask each religion, did I have an epiphany? Who is your reliable source to acquire knowledge about
No, I can already
epiphany?
tell you, I know, I already have had these conversations, which is why I'm having the conversation with you. I've already had these conversations. You know what all these religious leaders will tell me? It's based upon what you feel about the experience that you had. It comes down to your feelings.
I would suggest, look, I had this internal conversation when I was 8. right? I was raised Catholic. I was raised Catholic because my father was Catholic. I did what my father told me. I trusted him, right? Somebody who was born into a Hindu family would, if I had been born into a Hindu family, I would be Hindu. If I had been born into a Muslim family, I would be Muslim. So if God exists, he cannot care about the religion and religious observance, because it is apparently random which religion I am raised in, right? I could have rolled the dice and been brought up in a different household. I would have been a different religion. So it was apparent to me when I was 8 that God cannot be as described in these religious texts. And I was a Christian by convention, but I did not believe that non-Christians would go to hell. I did not believe that non-Christians were evil because they didn't believe in Christ. I thought that evil people were evil and good people were good. Essentially, I was a secular humanist, and I just went to church on the weekends and wasted a lot of time praying. But this argument of who is my reliable source, when you're a kid and you're raised from the age of 5 to 18 by the same people who are telling you all of this, and you've got this external social group that is telling you all of this, you treat them as your reliable source, but they're not actually reliable. I was convinced that I had a personal experience of God while I was a Christian. I was wrong. I can see that now. I don't even consider myself reliable when it comes to just navigating by feelings. You have to ask for rational information.
I can tell you this, Luke, every single religious leader that I have ever spoken with since I began my deconversion from multiple different faiths, it always comes down to faith. And the general like baseline answer is, if you don't have faith, you will never accept it. But none of them have ever been able to answer the question. Give me a straight answer. Is faith an appropriate tool for epistemology? And it's no, it's not. They know it's not. They know that faith does not work as a tool for epistemology because faith does not have the evidence behind it, like something like a proposition that you would have confidence in or trust in. They know that it literally flows with the wind. It goes wherever it gets pushed. It flows with emotions. One day, all of a sudden, something can happen in your church to completely turn you off to that denomination. You go from Methodism to Baptist in a heartbeat because you like the cut of their jib a little bit better. Maybe they're the ones who've got it right. There are people who go from Christian to Muslim. People go from Muslim to Hindu. People go from Hindu to Christian. And they jump around. People who go from Christian to pagan to Muslim to back to Christian to atheist, whatever. Because faith is not a tool for epistemology. It's a tool for validating one's feelings. I don't use faith. I have no faith in my worldview. I have no use for that tool. I want to determine what is most likely to be true in concordance with the evidence. Literally, that which corresponds with reality is coherent with other propositions that are corresponding with reality, and can be determined to be true through pragmatic application within reality. That's what I want to know. Why would you ever believe in this entity when you have none of that? Unless it's for your personal fifis.
So, my question was, who is your reliable source when it comes to epiphany? And from these two answers you gave, I don't think I can answer that question. I don't have a name or a group or a book or whatever.
I'm not looking for them. I'm asking
so
you.
So please answer
Luke,
my question.
I'm asking
judging the question that I asked you more than 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, there's a problem with the form that you asked for. You asked him who you could trust. He can't trust. It's the whole damn point. Why would he trust? How would he know? The whole point is
to answer your question.
You're asking a ridiculous question.
Why would someone trust someone else? Is that your question, or
no?
Why would you trust this person?
No. About JL's experience.
No.
JL has an experience.
The question is, why would I trust somebody else someone else whose only claim to expertise is a personal experience that they had. There's no
This
external.
is-
There's no possibility of external
cup.
validation. I can testify
It is your personal
personally
experience
that
of
I was
coffee cup.
absolutely convinced for 35 years of something that is not true.
The person you trust for your coffee cup has a personal experience with coffee
But
cup.
I don't trust people for coffee cups. I can see coffee cups.
Because
I
you
have
believe
held
them.
coffee cups. You
No.
showed a coffee cup on screen.
If you
Luke.
didn't
So I'm
believe your
not
t-shirt,
taking anyone's word in that hypothesis, right? There's no one I'm trusting in that hypothesis other than I'm trusting that you have not somehow put an AI feed into your computer that is simply mimicking you holding a coffee cup. I have assumed that isn't true, but it could be. So I don't have absolute confidence that you did hold up a coffee cup. There are circumstances where it might just have looked like you did. Okay, that's fine, but I don't have absolute confidence in you lifting a coffee cup, and I don't trust you about the coffee cup just because you said so.
I'm referring
So-
to your teacher's PhD.
So Luke, it's a category error.
You
is what
didn't
you're
listen to
talking-
me.
So it's a category error is what you're talking. Is exactly what I told you earlier, Luke. It's a category error. The coffee cup analogy is the
Jill?
coffee cup is disanalogous to what we're talking about.
Do you see what I wrote in the chat?
No, I'm not looking at. I'm talking to you.
Okay, so in the chat, I wrote down when I was muted, it is not a category error. If you see the timestamp, you
Is God
understand that
material?
you understand that the
Is God material?
what was I going to say, GL?
I don't care. I'm asking you a question. Is God material?
Yes.
Is God material or immaterial?
Depends on one. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Is God's nature is literally God, the God entity, material or immaterial?
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Yes, you fucking do.
Can
Yes,
I
you
pitch-
fucking
can
do.
I
Hang on,
pitch it
no,
at
hang on
your
a sec.
head?
Luke, according to your fucking faith, is God itself, that part of the Trinity, not Jesus, not the fucking Holy Spirit, is God itself material or immaterial? If you fucking lie, I'm booting you off this stream. Is your God immaterial?
Immaterial.
Thank you. Is the
That's what you
coffee
wanted
cup
to hear.
is the coffee cup material?
It depends on when, but it is material.
Then there you go. It's fucking disanalogous.
No, it's not.
Stop playing an idiot and get with the goddamn program.
Okay.
Do you understand
Dale,
why
I had a
they
question. I had a question for Luke. Luke, you talked about tree of evidence. What do you mean by that phrase?
So, for example, the coffee cup is, you know that I hope you agree that I have a coffee cup because in your tree of evidence, you have, I can see it in the camera. So people would say,
I just explained that I have. Sorry, you introduced something and you said you hope I agree. I don't. I have confidence. I have some confidence that you have a coffee cup,
Correct.
but I could be hallucinating. You could be perpetrating an illusion.
Correct.
Right? So these are possibilities with non-zero percentages of being real. So I don't know that you have a coffee cup. I have confidence that you have a coffee cup, and that confidence is less than 100%. But if you accept that, let's carry on. Okay?
And this is important. Leophilius points out, I don't get how Luke isn't understanding how our priors affect our analysis of the testimony of individuals when it's been explained to him 3 times. Coffee cups have a very high prior. God does not. So there you go. Factor that into it. So
whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that God doesn't have a prior?
I don't care whose fault it is.
That's another nonsensical question.
It is your fault, GL.
No, it's not. Because I'm the one asking if it does. I don't have a prior experience. If the God exists and doesn't want to interact with me, and it's doing it on purpose, that's the God's fault, not mine.
Did JL
here.
create himself, or did God create him?
That's a more complicated question, but yeah, you can say that.
Okay, so
You can
God
say that
God created JL, and now God wants to punish JL and withhold evidence from JL because of the way God made JL.
No.
Wait,
Then what's your argument?
Wait, Luke, you do understand that I can't accept a proposition as being true. Like, I have to be like, beliefs are things that you're convinced of. I can't just actively choose to believe something. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, like you have the belief of the coffee cup, right?
No, that's informed by my priors.
And our currents.
My confidence is high enough that I am convinced the proposition is most likely true. I have priors that inform this, that inform my level of confidence.
What is it that you don't have priors of God?
What name a prior of a God? Point to one.
So the prior that I'm referring to is the teachings of the reliable source that I was referring to.
How do you know they're not making the same mistake? How have you eliminated that possibility?
What was the end of my phrase, GL? This is getting
that you're relying on the people that you trust. How do you know they're not making the same mistake? They're just convinced, but they don't actually.
You trust them. That's how you know.
No. You don't know what what you can trust is that they are convinced that this thing is true. You do not know that they know it to be true. You're simply being convinced by the level of how convinced they are. That doesn't get you to truth. That's how you get a fucking cult.
What? So let's step back. Let's step back.
Is trust. You trust your teacher to tell you this.
No, that's a material thing.
Let's step back. Let's step back, Luke. You said earlier we should trust the Catholic Church, but then you said we shouldn't trust the Catholic Church when it came to their a history of sexual abuse. Does purgatory exist?
That's a different conversation.
Why? Why is it a different conversation? Why are these people trustworthy sometimes and untrustworthy when it comes to the least evidence-backed claim that they can make?
Why are they? Okay, so the conversation we're having is how this coffee cup and this God claim both have a reliable source that you should find.
Your reliable source was go ask the Catholics, and I'm going to come. You can retract that anytime you want as a bad answer, but I'm going to hold you to it. When we go and we ask Catholics questions,
do you want to answer my question,
we on multiple occasions we get wrong answers.
You keep dodging the question, Tony.
What you don't ask questions.
I did ask a question. I wrote it in the chat. You have the timestamp for the question that hasn't been answered. Who is your reliable source? Is the question I've been keeping asking over and over.
Any.
You have this time.
So what for? In what context? So there are people whose opinions I will trust on certain subjects who I won't trust on other subjects. There are people who, for instance, Dawkins, right? Dawkins knows a hell of a lot about biology and about evolutionary biology, but I wouldn't trust his opinions about cultural Christianity or transgender identity as far as I can fucking spit him. So that you're claiming that there's such a thing as sources that are infallible, that I consider to be infallible. I don't consider any source, any individual to be infallible. The most reliable epistemological tool that I have available to me is science and the scientific method undertaken by the scientific community. But that does not mean that is 100% reliable. There are frauds in science. There are people who are wrong in science. There are hypotheses that are proposed that turn out not to be true in science. We test them. We don't just take something that someone says as being 100% true. So your argument, your claim that I have some source, some people external to myself that I will listen to regardless of what they say, that's false. That's not true.
Okay, so 100% certainty. What I understand when you say there is no such thing as 100% certainty of knowledge.
Well,
Beside
but yes,
yourself.
yes, that's one part of what I said. The other part of what I said was there is no one person or group of people whose opinion I will simply accept without some validation.
Nevertheless, you should have one.
Why?
Because you want to answer the question I asked 20 minutes ago.
I don't have one.
Yes,
so,
but you should have one.
So no. If this is like saying, this is like the stupid argument that you often hear from theists that we have an answer to where the universe came from. And atheists don't. We don't know what the state of reality was prior to the Big Bang, if such a term even makes any sort of sense. But just because Christians have an answer to that question doesn't make it right. It is a perfectly valid answer to say I don't know, and it is perfectly valid to say I don't have a trusted source, if that is true.
Do you know of a way to find one?
I don't believe that there is. I don't believe that there are infallible people.
I think a good methodology would be to run them through a line of inquiry, and if they all come to the exact same conclusion, in other words, none of them can provide you an answer, they all come to the same vague conclusion or the same reference to fate or something of that nature, then we can conclude reasonably. We can reasonably infer that none of them actually know an answer, and all they don't have access. They can't answer the question, and so they have to rely on other means of weak epistemology to get there. So
if a person can substantiate their claims with a logically sound argument from observational evidence, I'm inclined to believe it.
And right? remember, Luke, people can be experts in different. People can be expert in one area and really stupid in another. I would trust Blaise Pascal in a math class. Okay, brilliant mathematician. I would not trust him in a theology class. Terrible theologian.
Like medicine, if you hurt.
Right. So if Tony knows
geophysics. Are there doctors who can be wrong?
So I have different people. If I am hurt, I will ask a trustworthy source like a doctor.
Tony's a doctor.
Nice. Hi, Tony. And if I am having trouble with theology, my faith,
you shouldn't ask me about your medical conditions, though.
Damn.
That's the type. This type of doctor. You're making the joke with the doctor title.
Okay, but Luke, you're skipping over what I just said. I've been to many a religious leader, and along the same line of inquiry, their answers always come out the same. Once I finally drill down to the base, it's all about faith. If I am incapable of simply believing without rational justification, then these things will never make sense to me. Which means I have to be willing. No, even they will tell you it's not about faith. It's not. Okay? It all comes down to a willingness to think irrationally, which I cannot do.
You do for the coffee cup.
I don't, because I can confirm that. I have a methodology to confirm it.
Because you trust them.
No, because I have a methodology that can confirm it. I don't have a methodology that can confirm that.
You trust that this is a coffee cup. Okay.
It is literally different categories, Luke. I've already explained this to you 5 times.
I got to want to engage.
I'm going ahead. I'm taking Luke down because we're not getting anywhere with that shit, and I think at this point he's lying and he's being dishonest. We do have somebody else in the back I want to get to. And
I did want to say something before. Just Luke is faced with 3 rational people. I have my interpretation of reality assessed by other scientists and by the people I work with, and they aver that I am rational and that I am logical. And he's presenting an illogical argument to three people well versed in logic. JL and Andrew have, to me, demonstrated a good understanding of logic and philosophical principles. And he is just repeating the same argument and claiming that it's rational, despite three quite intelligent and quite well-informed people telling him that isn't the case. And I think he needs to reassess his epistemology. Anyway, you were going to bring Deck on case.
Yeah.
Also, I want props because I calmed you down.
You did. I've gotten frustrated with him before because he's been intellectually dishonest in the past, and I've tried to get around this whole this deliberate kind of Jordan Peterson shtick that he does, and it's just obnoxious as fuck. Well, it depends upon what language we're using. Shut the fuck up. We're using the exact same axioms of linguistic inference that everyone uses. So it's just pointless. So I'm just going to go ahead and just boot him out. There's no point. But Deck is on deck. Oh, come on. That was funny. Anyway, Deck, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Deck now has a platform.
Deck is now up to bat because he was on deck. So I'm sorry. I told you I'm tired. What's going on, Deck? What brings you up today?
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, y'all made up a lot of great points there. I think a lot of that I don't think he was able to answer, but I think what was the last point you were on?
The kicker on it is he's claiming that a God entity exists, and I'm trying to drill down to how we can determine that. I know that he's convinced that the proposition is true, but he's claiming to know it to be a fact. And the reason, and he's basically saddling me with the blame for not being able to determine that truth. But so I was trying to drill down to what methodology he has that gets him to that, his epistemic framework. But he dances around it. He can't give me an answer.
Yeah.
So,
well, I will say that the Bible does present a case for, you guys were asking, what would be the dividing factor between knowing someone's a believer versus a non-believer. Even though that's not meant to be proof that they're a believer, there is evidence that they are, let's say, a Christian, quote, Christian.
I don't
really like using that term anyway. It's a new modern term. It didn't exist when Jesus lived, or
are you talking
it didn't exist.
Are you talking about the fruits of the Spirit?
Yeah, fruits of the Spirit. Yeah. But I don't think that's supposed to be proof of God necessarily. But that is something that is visibly, you can tell the difference between someone who's genuinely committed to your well-being versus someone who isn't.
Can a non-Christian?
And I think you could make an argument that there are other groups of people that may come close to that definition, but we can always break it down and find where they're somewhere at fault.
Well, but can't you do the same thing to your alleged Christians? So, let's break it down into other questions, into smaller questions. Can non-Christians express a firm conviction?
But basically, the proof is in the pudding. The Bible makes a claim that
Deck, can you hear Tony?
I cannot.
Okay,
that's interesting.
And that's because I joined.
I was able to hear him before.
He was here earlier, so the only.
So Deck, can you do me a giant favor? Can you pop out and then pop back in? I'm going to add you back in real quick. It's a small bug on StreamYard. We know how to fix it. And he should be back in just a moment. What's up, Incaligonchick? I see you. Just want to make sure we don't overstack the stage. I see you hanging out. And let me bring him back up. We've dealt with that shit. Actually, let me remove that. Where'd he go? There he is. I see him in the Discord. I guess he had to pop over to the Discord to get the link again so he could pop back over. Let's see. Check out this chat. Make sure I haven't missed anybody. Robin Webster, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. And I see DeFreak is running their mouth again. Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Atheist 2. Cord Lizard Mage says, why Cindy is, why is he laughing when you say you don't have a trusted teacher? That is so rude. Whoa. Did you guys hear that?
Yes. There was some sort of bump or
somebody that was a firework.
Okay.
Somewhere out there. Damn, that was big. That was loud.
That's part of the DeFreak response. Say what, I'm being nice. That's part of what makes Christianity so noxious. Is that they can behave in an aggressively antisocial fashion and disrupt a gathering with their attention-seeking behavior, and then turn around and go, "What? I'm being nice." No, you're not. You're just being obnoxious and attention-seeking.
Oh, also, sorry, Charles Oliver, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Luck Vance. Unfortunate last name you got there, but Luck says, why is there something instead of nothing? This is a bit of a complicated question, okay? But that's a philosophical question because you're asking like why, okay? As far as like intentionality goes, not like mechanism goes. So from a philosophical perspective, I hold that there is something that because there is something, then I can make the strong reasonable inference that there is something now because there has always been something. The something that I posit there is the universe, because I don't want to beg the question in my reasoning. So I side with both parsimony and the evidence at hand. So that's why
there are elements about the definition of always that need some clarification, but I don't want to disrupt the.
Oh, gotcha. So that's why I understand. Like when we get into the whole physics aspect, this was a conversation we had last Wednesday. But when it comes down to it, like that's where I side. Is that I'm not going to beg the question about the existence of things that I can't demonstrate some access to. So, and let's bring Deck up real quick. Sorry about the Deck. Deck, can you hear Tony now? Tony, say something.
Something.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I do.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I just had a question for you, Dick. Is it possible for non-Christians to express great concern and to act for the well-being of others?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Would that be considered fruit of the Spirit?
Would that be considered fruit of the Spirit? I think fruit of the Spirit comes from the understanding that you're removing your selfish desires or wants or needs to put other people's first.
Yeah.
So if that goes along with that, then yeah.
And my argument is, are non-Christians capable of that?
Yeah, they're capable of that. Yep.
Okay. And so this to me, I was a Christian for 35 years. My favorite verse of the Bible was the first verse I was ever taught, which is the parable of the Good Samaritan. Mm-hmm. Obviously, right? And one of the key things that sort of isn't explained when you're like 4 is that Samaritans were heretical. They were not considered real Jews. They were not considered
Christians.
There was also some racial discrimination against them.
From my reading, that Judean Jews considered them to be mongrels, right? Because they were of Assyrian descent.
And so, but it is the Samaritan who treats the wounded man as his neighbor. It is the Samaritan who pulls him out of the ditch, takes him to an inn, and offers to pay for all of his medical costs when he's next that way. So one of the central messages that I've always taken from that is that it's not a matter of religious orthodoxy. It's not a matter of which book you believe in. It's how you treat other people that's the determinant of whether or not you're worthy of God's grace. Would
Correct.
that be something you could sympathize with?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
I don't think the Bible has anything to do with it.
All right. Okay. So we're on the. So I don't have any. If that's going to be your attitude, I don't have any. And this is the thing. Like, a lot of people treat atheists as though we're out to destroy religion. We're trying to destroy what I consider, or what we consider to be, the negative effects of religion. So if you're not using your religion to say to persecute other people, to attack other religions, I've got no problem with your religion.
Well, first of all, your argument there kind of breaks down. Let me explain. Let me slow it down. If you're saying that we can't show that someone's a Christian because of their good works, right? Their love.
You roboted out there, and I'm wondering if your connection dropped.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we lost you there for a second. You fell off in mid-word, mid-sentence. So just repeat what you just said.
Official to back up someone's claim as being a Christian, sure. But I don't think someone outwardly expressing it or the fruits are proof that someone's a Christian. Matter of fact, I don't think there's a way for Christians to prove to other humans that they're Christian. I think the only way to do that would be, to go to God, right, and say, "Hey, is this guy a Christian?" Okay, yeah, he's a Christian. So vice versa. I don't think there's any way to make a claim on a group of Christians acting in bad faith out in the world doing harm or harmful things, because we don't know that they're Christians.
All right, and I take your point. I think I take your point. Your point is the fact that there are Christians doing harmful things is not necessarily a reflection on Christianity.
Well, here's an example for you. There's the Antichrist, right? Well, what is that? It's a man claiming to be Jesus, or at minimum a Christian, and he's doing evil things.
You're right. Okay. So, okay. So I thought we'd gotten past this, but apparently we haven't. Is it necessary to be a Christian to enter the kingdom of heaven?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So you would be you would be okay saying that there are some people who call themselves Christians who are in fact evil and don't accept what you consider to be the central tenets of the faith.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are other people who aren't Christians who aren't perfect, but they dedicate themselves to the well-being of others, and so they have, knowingly or not, they've embraced what you consider the important elements of the faith. Okay. So
here's an example. Here's an example, real quick. I mean, the Christian Bible. I mean, you probably could understand this since you used to be a Christian, but it clearly states that there's a possibility for humans to live before Jesus's time and get to heaven, and so they can't be Christians. There's no way.
Well, I mean, there are different theological interpretations of that. One of the interpretations is that actually they all went to hell until Jesus' crucifixion, and that he went down and harrowed hell while he was
until judgment.
And released the souls that had been released the worthy souls
right
down. So that's one possible theological interpretation. But I would I do take your point that sort of non-Christian, and there there are people on the earth who have never heard of Christ, right? But there are portions of the Bible that say that disagree with both of us, right? There's Christ says there is no way to the Father except through me.
Right, but again, on Judgment Day, right?
Mhm.
Who, we're going to be judged by, basically our understanding of Jesus, right? He's going to be presenting himself in a way, and he will be judging us personally, not on a blanket Christianity
Yep.
legislature, but independently. And
Yep.
so, we don't have a good understanding of how independent it is. I'll grant you that. But it can't be just a blanket, oh, if you're not a Catholic, then you're not getting in. Or if
Yeah.
you're a Protestant, you're not getting in. That's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
individual.
Well,
That's
actually,
blanket.
Can I get a clarification? Is it based upon our understanding or whether or not we believe it to be the case?
I don't think it's either of those.
I think Deck has made it clear. If I can steelman Deck for a second, I think he's just saying his interpretation is that Jesus's message was to love one another, and that anybody who loves their neighbor and dedicates themselves to the well-being and improvement of the lives of those around them, that person is going to get into heaven. Is that the correct understanding, Deck? Because if so, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think Judgment Day is basically the last decision. Is it, are you choosing side A or side B? How many choices have you had up until this point to choose a side? I think that's going to be a determining factor. So,
and so I don't think you're saying that you need to be a Christian. You need to accept the Bible as long as you are
not rejecting it.
Not directly. As long as you are acting charitably towards those around you, as long as you are concerned with the well-being of those around you, that's the central thing that's important. And
not rejecting Jesus.
Right.
Not outwardly rejecting Jesus. Now, how is that defined? That's kind of messy.
Yeah. So there are well, sorry, JL. There are two possible theological interpretations there as well. One is that you have to accept everything that Jesus said, and you have to testify to it in reality, and you have to sort of evangelize it. The other interpretation of there is no way to the Father except through me, is that you have to embrace Christ's message, which is to love your neighbor and your God, to love one another and to be good to one another. If you embrace, the other theological interpretation is if you embrace that message, that leads you to the Father through Christ. That is you traveling to the Father. So is that second one the one that you're more interested in, or?
Yeah, because I think especially we can go to Genesis and there's a lot of stuff on it, but basically, if we're going to talk about a relationship with this being that's loving, then to have a relationship would mean to reciprocate that love back towards them. And I think that's very important. And if the relationship is the defining factor, whether or not you're in heaven or hell, then that's a necessity, right? To love God.
Yeah. So my question then becomes, so that the Bible is a very large book, and it's got lots of things in it that are open to interpretation, and plenty of people do take the interpretation that if you're not a Christian, if you do not aver that Christ is the Savior, if you do not believe he is the Son of God, then you simply cannot be a good person, and you are doomed to hell. And so my question then becomes: is it that there's a lot of negative stuff that Christians do, and they use the Bible to justify it. And so how do we tell the correct interpretation of the Bible from the incorrect interpretation of the Bible, and how and why
Yeah.
isn't God sort of making that easier for us to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. And I would argue that not only are non-Christians following into that trap, but Christians as well. Right? You're saying
Yeah.
that from yeah, I got you. So yeah, and here's a question. It might shock you, but I want an honest answer. And we're going to try to divide the Christian population here real quick. This is what we're going to do. So, basically, you've heard of Christians praying to Jesus or God or calling upon the Father and Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many
Yep.
times have you heard someone call upon the Holy Spirit in prayer?
Rarely. It does happen, but yeah, it's much rarer. Yeah.
Yeah, so like on a percentage of maybe even in your Christian life, how many times have you done it, or anybody, even a preacher? How many times have you heard a preacher say something about this?
Well, so outside of a service, I don't think outside of an actual service where the Holy Spirit is invoked, and I
Mhm.
did. I was a lay minister in the Catholic Church,
Right.
so I attended a lot of services, but no, in my personal prayer life, I didn't appeal to the Holy Spirit.
I would grant. I would actually.
on this side. Typically, that'll be one rather than looking for instance, direct assistance, like praying for help directly. You're
Mhm.
asking for the guidance. You're looking for the guidance of the Holy
Yep.
Spirit. So those are the people who will tend to ask for it. So it depends what you're asking for, as to who you'll ask it of.
Right. Well, the Bible says, it says that the Spirit is the Spirit of truth and the Spirit of guidance, basically, or grace. And honestly, it says to call upon the Spirit. What does that mean? Pray to the Spirit. Personally, I've never been in a Catholic church where they pray to the Spirit. I've never seen it before. They may try to invoke the Spirit some way, but I've never seen someone pray like they would pray to Jesus or
Well,
pray to Mary or pray to the Father.
The nature of Trinitarianism is that their Trinitarianism affirms that there is one living and true God
Mhm.
existing in three distinct, inseparable, and co-eternal persons: the
Yep.
Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But because the God is like the essence of the actualization of everything that is not itself, because it is the God existing as three separate things. The
Mhm.
Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, all three are in a sense, in essence, God, which is
Yeah.
why God would be more often to be invoked, but more. I would agree that there are certain like grouping, you say like denominations of Christianity or certain sects of Catholicism that would invoke one of the three, depending
Mhm.
upon what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
but
I think
typically
that's true, but
your garden variety
I,
prayer is going to go to God.
I don't see a lot of people invoking in the Holy Spirit's name, and that's just my only point. And the point is that it's the Spirit of the truth, right? And so in John, I think 3:13 or 13:3, Jesus says, "Say anything in my name, and it will be done." And he goes on to explain that separately from the Father there. And so that's something that is very stark to me, how specifically in the New Testament, we see the independency of certain prayers, right? Like Jesus giving us the example prayer of the Father, right? Why would he not just say God? Why would he say the Father in that prayer? And I think it's important to note that and institutionalize that in your Christian life, let's say.
Okay. So I want to handle this diplomatically because to be honest, I often criticize people for coming on to shows like this and being very bad examples for their religion. But you're the exact opposite. I think you're a great example of just how productive and how positive Christianity can be. But and so this question might come across as a bit rude, and I'm sorry for that. The question. So you conceded that as long as we're well intentioned and we keep the well-being of others in mind, we are fulfilling Christ's message. So in what sense is Christianity necessary? Because we can do that without believing in Christianity.
Mhm.
And you've admitted that a lot of people do embrace Christianity and do use it to justify incredibly negative things historically and in the present. And so I'm wondering, do you know, what's your argument that Christianity overall is a good thing if we could just crystallize it down to a central message and
We
focus
can.
on that message of being good to other people?
Yeah, we can. But first of all, I would like to quote Einstein on this, which he was raised up as a Jew and then eventually was agnostic or atheist. But he quotes this. He says, as their contributions are vital for maintaining human dignity, and he's saying the teachings of Jesus, which is interesting. But to your point, I mean, I think the premise is when we go to Genesis and we see Adam and Eve, and we say, okay, well, what did they do? Right? They disobeyed God, and I think that's kind of misconstrued because realistically, disobedience is not the. I don't think is a good word there. I think a better word for it would be, not reciprocating what God is putting into the relationship of Adam and Eve. God goes to them and says, "Hey guys," he doesn't say, "Don't eat from the tree." Right? It wasn't a command. It wasn't, "Don't eat from the tree." He just says, "If you eat from the tree, you'll surely die." So it's not a slavery, forcible command or action like we see in the pre. The commands afterwards to the Jews. Right? It's a suggestion.
I have so many points. There's so many
Okay,
points
off
here.
you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just that I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with something really, really simple. Getting into the concept of parameters within the garden is just, I think, is a little too complex for the moment. Everything that we've been discussing here at this point that you and Tony were discussing, falls within the realm of theology. And theology itself being the study of the nature of a God, which is what that term is refers to. For anything my position is pretty basic. For anything within the theology to be true, the God must first necessarily exist as it's like a first order thing. Because the theology is predicated, the truth of theology is predicated on the existence of that particular God. So my whole idea here is like, why would I believe that proposition? Because it's a single proposition.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving me the proposition that the
So
God
you're looking for justification to search for the evidence, basically.
No, I'm looking for what is the evidence that people are that is somehow convincing people. Like you believe that the God exists.
Before that, you would need a need or a justification to even search for the evidence.
The justification is other people are claiming it's true.
Well, that's the evidence.
No, that's a claim they're making. That's not evidence. At best, it would be evidence that definitely is not evidence that it's true. It's
weak evidence.
It's evidence that they're convinced it's true.
Right. So it's weak. It's weak evidence. I'll grant that.
It's strong evidence that they're convinced it's true. It's not evidence at all that the thing actually exists.
Mm-hmm.
That's a completely different epistemic standard. So I'm trying to determine, the reason I have these conversations is to determine why people believe in this particular thing. Like, why do you believe that this proposition is true?
That's what everybody does. Like an astronomer, he says, "Oh yeah, I saw this," and it's like, okay, so now let's dive into it. We have the evidence that it may be possible. Let's dive into it.
So you're saying, like astronomy, which is based
or anything,
upon
mathematics. He's saying, "Hey, I was over here working on this mathematical formula, and I figured something out." Okay, so let's check it out. We have evidence of something existing.
So these are two
off the claim.
very different. These are two very different fields. So astronomy is all about observation. So if you if an astronomer claims to have observed something,
mm-hmm.
That can be replicated by other astronomers doing the same analysis.
Mm-hmm.
A mathematician is not observing something; they're constructing a logical pathway
Yeah.
from their initial position to the result that they wish to obtain.
And so now we have to go down that pathway.
Yeah, so that's following a logical pathway. It's not an observational pathway. There's a distinction between the two, and the mathematicians thing is immaterial, but it is based on axioms that are shared. So the mathematician has to make clear his starting assumptions, and everybody else has to say, okay, I agree that those are reasonable starting assumptions.
Yep.
I make this objection because a lot of people construct what they regard as logical arguments for God, provided that we accept their starting axioms.
No, I think I think God is illogical. I mean, I think it's clearly stated in the Bible how unreasonable it is for especially non-believers.
Okay.
I mean,
this is the second time you've done that, and I let it go the first time. And it's not a big deal, but you keep on invoking the Bible as though you or anyone else should believe what's written in it.
Yeah, sure.
Do you believe the global flood happened?
Well, the Bible is not. You're not supposed to believe in the Bible. The Bible is not proof of the claim.
Right, but
it's just a claim.
But you keep on substantiating your positions by saying it says in the Bible.
Yeah, because it's a claim, right? Like the claim to the mathematician made.
Okay,
that's what the Bible is doing. It's making a claim.
What I'm trying to drill down to is that if you remove the Bible from the theology as like a source, if we're talking about the entity in and of itself, the thing that believers predicate everything that is not God, that the existence of everything that is not God on it, this thing. How do you know? Okay, there's two propositions here. One, do you believe that it exists? Yes.
Well, I personally, I don't think that's possible to divide God and God's word.
No. Hang on a second. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you believe, are you convinced that this entity exists?
Without the Bible, yes.
Okay. We don't need the Bible. I just need to know if you're convinced that the entity exists. Okay, great.
Yes.
Do you know that it exists?
Yes.
Okay. The big line, the demarcation here is between belief and knowledge. They're not the same thing. Okay, beliefs are propositions that you are convinced of.
Yep.
And knowledge are propositions that have in the easiest way to put this, knowledge are propositions that have been shown to be the case.
Yeah. That's fine, but
knowledge that I have, I can impart that information over to Tony, and Tony can take that information and can go and confirm that it corresponds with reality.
Yeah, but it's not that's irrational because you're trying to put human morality, reason, and logic into something that doesn't have any of that.
No, that's not what I'm doing. In order for a concept to be coherent, meaning that we can make statements about it, like for example, you believe the God exists. That statement right there automatically invokes the three basic laws of logic. That the God is equal to the God is not equal to anything that is not the God. And if we're talking about the God, then necessarily we are not talking about anything that is not God. This is the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. The minute you say a thing exists, you automatically invoke those things because you're literally establishing it as its own individual thing that is separate from anything else. So that's how we know when we're having a conversation. When you're talking about the God, I know you're not talking about this Diet Coke can.
Yeah, sure.
The Diet Coke can has its own identity. Your God has its own identity. So when you invoke that and you say that it exists, I know that you're not talking about the sun. You're not talking about.
Yeah, I got you.
So now, just by invoking that, in order for the God to be coherent, these things must apply in a linguistic manner so that we can have a coherent conversation.
Yeah.
If the concept by nature is incoherent, then why would anyone ever accept it to be the case? It'd be like saying,
I agree with that.
It'd be like saying square circle.
Yeah.
So like, why if you believe that it's incoherent, and it would be irrational to hold the proposition as being true.
I don't believe it's I believe it's coherent. Yes.
Okay, so logic does apply to it. Great. So how do you know it exists?
No. Well, first of all, our logic is basically if you had a pizza of God's logic, we have a slice given to us, right? And that's how we move and operate in the world. So yeah, he has our logic, but we don't have his.
That doesn't track. I can still talk about the entity coherently, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it either exists or it doesn't exist, correct? There is no middle ground. It's a true dichotomy that the God.
Yeah, yes, it exists, and we can have conversations and explaining him.
I can understand how people can be convinced of that proposition,
Mhm.
but how do you know that proposition is true?
Right. Well, that's just through self-revelation.
Wait, self-revelation?
Yep.
Revealing it to yourself?
No.
Through
revelation. You could just say revelation.
Revelation from
Right,
God.
from God, yes. From him, from his self.
How do you know the information you're getting is being revealed by a God and not just you pattern seeking to put the pieces in a place that confirms what you want to be the case?
Right, because I don't possess the powers over the benefits received to me without invoking this God.
You never heard of a placebo effect? Or
okay, well, no. We need more detail. What benefits did you receive from God?
Right, so benefits would be, man, it's so interesting because oftentimes the benefits, as soon as you do something to relinquish your relationship from God, the benefits immediately evaporate. And it's like, well,
what
if I could,
my question was, what are the benefits?
Yeah, what are the benefits? Because I can tell you, by contrast, my life got orders of magnitude better once I dropped this irrational nonsense.
Well, that means you never had it.
No, I had it. I was raised in.
Okay.
I'm not done. I was raised in, confirmed in the faith. I was born into, raised in, and confirmed in the faith. I had it at one point, but I recognize now that what I believed was irrational. I believed for bad reasons. Because when I believed
so then you never had it.
No, when I believed it, I did not have the tools I needed to critically examine why I believed
it. You said you confirmed it, so how did you confirm it?
No. I went through confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
I was a believer. My problem
was... Right, so what was that confirmation?
My
confirmation is a sacrament.
The confirmation process that you go through in religion, you're transitioning.
Well, you get baptized as an infant, but that isn't a decision that you made consciously. So typically,
but that doesn't make you. I don't believe that makes you a Christian. So that's
okay.
irrelevant.
But so, all right. I've undergone a similar experience to JL. I was very fervent Christian for 35 years. As I say, I was a lay minister in the Catholic Church. Now, obviously,
One second. Sorry, Tony, I got to pause you. Thank you so much, Primordial Puggles, for the $100 Australian. Thank you for that giant super chat. Let's get a W in the chat for Primordial Puggles' generosity. Huge W for Primordial Puggles. Thank you so much. Super chats like that make this thing go round. You rock. Thank you so much for that. And also, welcoming Gnostic Timber as a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Gnostic Timber, for that support. Please enjoy all the custom emojis I've made and, of course, the channel badge. So thank you both.
Show off, Andrew.
You guys rock. And good to see you, 100th Monkey. Good to see you, Cord Lizard Mage. And good to see you, I think, Javers as well. Appreciate you being here. Cat down the road, good to see you. And I want to make sure I got everybody. And Shinju, good to see you as well. Big W's for Primordial Puggles.
But so you're so one of the either JL and I had faith and then lost it, or we didn't have faith, we were wrong, we just thought we had faith. How can we tell the difference?
How can you tell the difference? Yeah, that's interesting. Well, we'd have to get into what exactly your faith is compared to not having faith. I mean, I truly, I don't believe you're a Christian because you have faith in God.
Okay.
Well, okay, I can firmly tell you that when I was a believer, I was a firm believer. That
Yeah, okay, I think-
I'm trying to get there. That I was a firm believer. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do this no true Scotsman thing. Okay, going
Yeah.
on like like interpretations of what makes a true Christian. All
Yeah.
right. I know that I was a firm believer because I literally committed myself to that. The issue being is that when I was that age, I did not possess the tools I need, the cognitive tools I needed
Mm-hmm.
to critically examine why I believed certain things.
Yeah.
Once I got those tools, I was able to deconstruct why I believed these things, and I found that I believed them for bad reasons. So then I
Got you.
tried to reconstruct and tried to predicate my belief upon rational reasons, and it could, and I found that it could not be done.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. So your reasons.
Can I ask you, JL, I just want to respond to something. I just want to ask JL a question. Do you still believe that behaving in the best interests of society as a whole is a good thing to do? Do you believe
I hold it.
Sorry.
Social behavior. Yes, I do hold that. Yeah.
And so, do you accept the central message of the parable of the Good Samaritan, that you should express concern and look after those around you?
Yeah, I agree with it more as it was expressed in Aesop's fables, but yes, I do agree with it.
Fair enough. So, so now that we've clarified that, Dec, according to your definition, is JL a Christian?
According to that definition, if I was in his shoes, no.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
If I was in JL's shoes and did what you just explained, then no.
No, he's not a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to address the earlier part there, because you described the idea of saying, like, you never believed. So you're declaring access to JL's brain states. You're like saying, no, JL, the stuff in your brain is not in your brain. You're functionally calling him a liar. Now, I'm familiar.
Nah, I never said that. No.
Functionally.
The implication is there. The implication is there. Plus, there's a major issue here.
No, because the implication, it could be that you're wrong. It could be that you're mistaken or delusional.
But I can also say this: the implication. Here's an even worse implication. By what you stated, that if I were actually a true Christian, or that I actually believe these things, then I would know it would be impossible for me to be wrong. But literally, from a cognitive perspective, just from basic logic, that's false, because there are certain logical possibilities that I cannot defeat without committing a logical fallacy. For example, I cannot defeat the possibility of hard solipsism. I can't defeat that. I
don't know what that is.
Okay, so there are certain philosophical concepts that have been brought up in the past by smarter people than me. One example of that is Descartes. Okay, Descartes brought up the concept of Descartes' demon. This is an old philosophical thought experiment. The idea was, how can you be sure that everything you are experiencing about reality is not being projected to you by a demon with the intent of deceiving you?
Yeah.
And is there any logical way to eliminate that possibility? The answer currently is no. There is no current means that we have to eliminate the possibility. Essentially, what it is called hard solipsism.
Well, that's what a Christian claims as well.
No, well, a Christian would claim that that hard solipsism is not the case because
I think they're wrong.
I'm not done. A Christian would claim that hard solipsism is not the case because the God entity is distinguishable from them. The God entity is that which undergirds all of reality, and they are a separate agent with their own will that interacts with the reality that was created. So they would immediately, by definition of the God, eliminate hard solipsism. But the problem is, they cannot get around the possibility that their perception of reality is a deception.
I think that's wrong. Biblically speaking, the God does not intervene in someone's sin or the devil's temptations on people.
You're off track. You're not. This is completely irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Can you logically eliminate the possibility that everything you are perceiving, including all of the perceptions you have about your God, are all deceptions? Can you
Are all
eliminate that?
deceptions.
Yeah, can you eliminate that logical possibility without committing a fallacy?
Right, because they're not coming from me.
Yeah, I mean, could you eliminate it? Could you eliminate it entirely?
Then what I'm seeing is coming from a demon.
No, yeah,
Yes.
like that. How can you eliminate that? How could you logically eliminate that?
Basically on the founding principles that. Let me think about that.
Right,
So
because everything that you
why
talk
did
Well,
about,
you-
I have an answer,
right,
but you just have to give
no,
me a second.
right, because every founding
Because you brought
principle
this up
you
before, I
have,
can't remember what I said.
every founding principle that you have concerning the God could be a projection. Everything you know about your God, or you are convinced about your God, could be a deception. Like I said, all of your perception
Yeah.
about reality and all of the conceptualizations you have based upon that perception could all be based upon a deception. It's a logical possibility that you cannot defeat. That there no one can. I can't defeat it either, and I'm an atheist. It's a logical problem. It's a logical possibility that there is no defeater for. So when we draw conclusions epistemically, we have to take that into consideration when determining what is most likely true. If we want to maintain logical coherency and not make any, not commit any fallacies or anything of that nature. And really quick, while he's doing that, Objective Ethics, thank you so much for $20. Says, yes, the no true Christian fallacy. At least these bad arguments are consistently bad. Thank you so much, Objective Ethics. I do appreciate that support. Let me go back to the comment section. Let me see.
Yeah, I think personally the defeat for that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I'm giving you time. Yeah.
I mean, I think this whole idea of demons, right? With it would have to be on the basis of either deception, delusion, or confusion. And
No. Your perception is being projected to you. Like everything
but
you're perceiving is not real. It's not what actually is there. It's not.
right,
So none
so
of it is
it's
real.
that's deception, delusion, or confusion. That's what that is.
Can you defeat that possibility though?
Yes, because we can find the opposite of that, self-control.
That's still your
right?
perception. You're just reacting to what you're perceiving.
No, we have self-control, which is the opposite of that.
What you perceive.
What do you mean by self-control?
The objection to reality.
That
like in his scenario.
No. I'm saying that when you go out into the woods and you climb up on a mountain and you sit on a mountain peak and you look out at the sky or the sky before you, and the things that you think about when you're there, all of that shit is a deception. All of it. The sky, the earth, the mountain, the air, the oxygen you're breathing in, the thoughts that you think about like that, it's all based upon a false projection. Can you eliminate that possibility? That the underlying reality that you perceive is not actually there. It's all a projection in your mind.
Actually, I think this kind of points more to God, right? Because God is not a perception of our mind, bro.
I'm asking you, can you defeat that possibility that everything you perceive is a projection?
He's not asking you to agree that it is the case. He's asking
let me put it.
agree.
Let me put it in Gen Z terms. Can you defeat the possibility that you're in the Matrix?
Right, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that everything I am seeing is pointing to a God.
Okay, how do you know that? Can you eliminate the possibility that you're plugged into a Matrix right now? No,
of course not.
Okay, that is the concept of hard solipsism. Okay, that there is that what you are perceiving is being projected to you.
Mhm.
That what you are perceiving is not really what is there to be perceived, and that everything you are literally you are an abstract. You're just a projection existing within like a simulation. That everything you're interacting with is actually not real, and that
Mhm.
everything that you're thinking about in response to these things is predicated upon a falsity. So it's a possibility that you can't logically eliminate. Okay. That it's all
Right.
that, like, you look at the world and say, oh, look at all this magnificent stuff. There must be a God. No, because the reality that you're looking at could be projected to you in such a way that you would come up with that conclusion. But that's not the reality that's actually existing. So it's all false. So here's the key. Did I say, I said Gen Z? It was 1999. Is that Gen Z? It's not Gen X.
Yeah, but
It's
that
Gen-
just that defeats an atheist. That just literally defeats atheist or God. It
No, it
defeats
doesn't.
both
It
of them.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because
It
atheism
does.
is no, it doesn't. Because atheism is about not being convinced that a God exists. I am not convinced that the proposition is true. I do not believe that any
Right.
gods exist.
But if we're in the same simulation, right, and I have access to more of the simulation than you do,
How do you know that?
because the simulation revealed it.
No, but you can't show that to me though. So why would I
Right.
ever believe that?
But
So why
the claim
But
is that you have access to it.
no, it's not. It's saying that I can't
That is the
eliminate.
claim.
No, it's not. It's saying that I can't eliminate the
That's the claim of the Bible.
No, that the
Yes.
Bible is irrelevant to this.
Right.
The whole point is, I'm
But the
asking
God
you,
character in this simulation that we're in is saying, "Hey, you have availability to this, right? Which you don't because you're an atheist."
We're in
You see
that.
what I'm saying?
Okay, sorry.
Fucking
I
hell.
need to. I actually need to make my excuses and get going. But we're actually back to the.
We've gone in full fucking circle.
Call. Well, we're back to the last call. We've rewound back to the previous call in that we don't have access to the information because we're atheist. And
Like,
sort of that,
whether we're in the matrix or not, it's still it's still happening.
That's fine.
Can I
Tony,
ask again, because I didn't receive an answer the first time, and I'm going to go and I'm going to get some food, and so you can explain, and I'll keep you on speaker. What are the benefits that you receive as a result of your belief?
Right.
That you claim that you claimed that you knew God was real because of the benefits you received from your belief. What are those benefits?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that the benefits are solely hinged upon my actions, not God's. But the benefits are the destruction of, let's just say, Galatians 5:22-23. You've got 1:8, which is, hold on a second, this is not correct. Let me see. I have got notes here. Let me see if I can find them.
Okay, so the Matrix.
Right.
is
So you've got
1999, so Gen
you've
Z,
got
I was right.
navigation. You've got, I mean, there's just thousands of them, but just there's navigation. There is, what is this?
So I was right. Matrix came out in 1999, so therefore it's Gen Z. Duck, I gotta jump in here on this. Why would I care about anything that the Bible says? It's just another book. No different than the Quran. No different than the Quran or the Gita or the Vedas or the Egyptian coffin text or the Tao Te Ching, all of which I have copies of. So,
Right. So basically, the idea is that there's a list of sins in the Bible.
why do I?
It's a list.
I don't. No.
There's listen.
No,
Listen.
Deck,
The
why
claim.
would I? Deck,
I'm
why
answering
would
it.
I care what the Bible says?
I'm answering it. I'm
you
answering.
can't tell me why I should care what the Bible says by quoting the Bible.
Yeah. So these sins
Why
that are
would I believe
listed,
their sins?
that's fine. You don't have to. But these sins that are listed,
Deck, I don't care what the Bible says. Why would I take it at all seriously?
right? Because there is a list of actions that you personally cannot overcome.
Like what? Like what?
Right. That's the claim.
I don't care what it says in the Bible. There is no reason for me to care about the claims in the Bible.
Right. So, that's what I was trying to get at earlier. I was like, not the evidence, but the justification to search for the evidence. And you're like, no, I don't need that. And now you're looking for it.
No. I'm looking for because
The
the Bible's
justification
because
to
the
search
Bible,
for the evidence.
No, it's not. The Bible is irrelevant because the Bible I can throw away
Right.
if the God doesn't
Right.
exist.
The Bible is the evidence, right?
No,
So we're looking for
it's
the
not. No, it's not.
justification.
The Bible is the claim. You just contradicted yourself. You yourself said the Bible was the claim earlier. The Bible
Yes.
is not evidence. The Bible is the claim from people who believed that God existed,
No.
not people who knew it existed.
No. It's a claim that God exists.
Okay, how do I know that
Which is
claim
evidence.
true? No, it's not. Claims are not evidence.
We went through that self-revelation. We went through that.
No, that how are they eliminating their bias? How can I confirm they're telling the truth? How can I confirm they're not mentally ill? How can I confirm that they haven't had a stroke? How can I confirm that they're not on drugs? Come on.
Because
dude.
of the benefits.
Just if you are convinced of a belief, your behaviors will change in accordance with that.
Okay, so then it works.
No, it doesn't. The utility of a belief does not say anything as to the truth of the belief.
Okay, so then obtain the benefits without it.
I already have them.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
There's no evidence to that
My life
in
is
the whole
fucking
world.
amazing.
There's no evidence that someone other than Jesus was sinless. There's no evidence.
I don't commit sins. Because
You've already done it.
No, because the God
While we've been here.
Okay, Deck.
Whether God or not exists, we can make
Deck. The God doesn't exist. Sins are literally defined as actions against God. If the God doesn't exist, then sins don't exist.
Absolutely not. That's not what sins are.
Really? Let's look up
Yes.
the definition of what a sin is.
Sure.
Sin, definition. Rebellion against God. Missing his
Right.
perfect standard of
What
righteousness.
did I
breaking
say?
His law. The God doesn't exist. Therefore, I can't rebel against anything. Therefore, there is no perfect standard of righteousness. Therefore, there is no God
Listen,
law.
that's fine. That's not the argument being made is this list of wrongs and
Is
rights
irrelevant.
cannot be obtained by humans.
Yes, it can. Because they were
Show me
passed down
an example.
Okay, really? Where do you think Christianity came? Where do you think Christianity came from?
Jesus.
What is Christianity an offshoot of?
The Torah?
Judaism.
Sure.
What is Judaism an offshoot of?
I don't know.
Zoroastrianism. What is
Okay.
Zoroastrianism an offshoot of?
I don't know.
Polytheistic Mesopotamian belief structures.
Okay, sure.
So guess what? Human beings have been coming up with this shit for as
that's fine.
Longer than we could write them.
It's
down.
irrelevant because we don't have an example.
That human beings figured this stuff out when we were trying to figure out how to survive socially in tribes. That's all it is.
Right. So we and still today in this modern age, we still cannot obtain this claim.
Obtain what claim?
Of Jesus being sinless. We can't do it. Humans, we just don't have. There's not one human.
That is because it creates an impossible standard. It says that things that are literally within human nature are sinful.
Right. And the claim for Christians.
It doesn't matter.
Is that it's attainable.
I don't care because the God doesn't exist.
It does. God doesn't have to exist.
I don't care about this. Whatever
Again,
utility it has for you in your life. You cannot claim to know that it exists if you can't show it.
Yes, I can. I can claim it all day. That's just irrelevant. That's an irrelevant argument.
You're just gonna come off like an idiot then. I understand that.
That's what the Bible says. I'll come off as. No joke.
It's confirming. How do you think I know it's a cult manual? It's literally telling you what's going to happen when you take this shit out in the world. People will laugh at you. But it never tells you why they're laughing at you. People, it literally tells you. Have you ever heard of a? You ever heard of a?
It does tell you. It does tell you.
There's a cognitive issue called a Morton's fork.
It does tell you why they're laughing.
I'm running down something. There's a cognitive issue called a Morton's fork. Are you familiar with it?
No.
Okay. Morton's fork was basically an issue of reasoning that was posited by this tax collector who worked for the king in the 1400s, whose last name was Morton. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He proposed a solution to the tax issue. And his solution was to raise taxes for everybody. His justification was that poor people were poor because they didn't spend all the money they had. So that meant that they had money saved away so they could afford to pay more taxes. And rich people could afford to pay more taxes because they were rich, and they showed that by being able to spend money on all kinds of stuff. So they obviously had lots of money on hand, so they could afford to pay more taxes. That's called a Morton's fork. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. It is literally it's flip a coin. Heads I win, tails you lose. Christianity does that very thing. It first and foremost tells the believer it is impossible for you to be wrong, which flies in the face of just basic.
That's wrong. That's completely not what it says.
It does, because
No,
it tells
doesn't.
you. It tells
It
you
says
that,
you'll never not be
really?
wrong.
Shall I go to Romans 1:20, where it tells
sure.
you that it's not possible for you to be wrong?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. How am I an atheist? I know the Bible better than you do. Like, what is
you
with
still
that?
have to prove what you're saying, man. You can
Romans
claim it all day. Your claim means
1:20.
nothing.
For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse.
For
The context of Romans,
they're out without excuse for what?
Without excuse for rejecting him. So it's giving a justification. The context of Romans 1 is talking about how believers are correct and non-believers know that there's a God. They simply reject they reject the idea because they are essentially prefer their unrighteousness. Okay? That's the whole context of that, of the first chapter of Romans, is literally telling believers God is there and everybody knows it. But everybody who claims to not believe, they actually do know it. They're just rejecting it in their unrighteousness. That is literally telling believers that they are right. It's impossible for them to be wrong. And it's impossible for them to be wrong because even the non-believers know they're right. That is a Morton's fork. The Morton's fork is, if you go out in the world and you evangelize to somebody and you convince them and you convert them, you win. Your faith is validated, you win. But if you go out and you and you evangelize someone and you don't convince them and they reject you, you should expect that to happen because they're simply rejecting it in their unrighteousness, and your faith is confirmed and you win.
But we're not saying
fork, because the Bible doesn't tell you.
We're not saying that.
The Bible, it does.
No, we're not saying that. The Bible, you're making a presupposition.
I'm not making a presupposition. I have examined the Bible more than I think you have.
So you're assuming that the non-believers have to take precedence and proof from the believers. That's wrong.
No, I'm not. If the Bible is saying that they will be convinced if they are not committed in their unrighteousness. And the reason non-believers don't accept the evangelism is because they are committed in their unrighteousness. That's the problem.
Yep.
It's assuming a thing about the non-believer, because the Bible doesn't tell you the possibility that people are not convinced by your argument.
It's not assuming anything.
The Bible is telling you that people are not convinced, and it's their fault they're not convinced. It does not tell you that it is possible that the reason they're not convinced is because your arguments are trash.
This is your argument.
No, this is me making an objective assessment about what it says in that cult manual.
Yeah, that's fine. But that's your argument.
It's not my argument. My argument that the God doesn't exist because it can't exist. It's definitionally contradictory. It's a logical
So then why are we even going to Romans?
Because you keep invoking the Bible. And I
that's
apparently know
fine.
the
But
Bible
again,
better than you do.
Here in Romans, this got nothing to do with that thing you brought up.
Yes, it does.
Arrows going by place. No, it does absolutely does not.
It most certainly does. I was showing you the scripture that backs up the Morton's fork.
It doesn't back up Morton's fork.
It most certainly fucking does.
It doesn't. It doesn't show that.
Okay, let me. I'm not. Okay, the chat is following with this. I don't need you to confirm what I've known for the past 20 years. So, and I've actually had biblical scholars confirm me on this. I'm not worried about that with you. My question is: are you able to demonstrate that your God exists without begging the question?
No, it's God's duty to do that, not mine.
So it's God's fault that I don't believe.
It's God's fault that you don't believe?
Right, because it could reveal itself to me at any time. I could get a Damascus Road experience, but I haven't yet.
No, I mean I think it's your own personal fault.
Wait, I mean, I haven't gotten an experience yet. If the God needs to come down and reveal itself to me, it hasn't done that yet.
How do you know that? You're making a presupposition.
No, I'm not. I'm doing a critical
Yes, you
examination. I'm doing a critical examination of the experiences I've had in my life.
Yeah,
If
but
the
you
experiences
remember.
I have, I'm not fucking done. If the experiences I have had in my life are indistinguishable from naturalistic experiences, then I'm not equating them to a God because I have no reason to do so.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I have no rational reason to do so. It would be irrational of me to do that.
Right. That's the argument of the Bible.
Why would I behave irrationally? Why would I do this?
Because your rationality is self-centered.
It's not self-centered. I want to
It
know the
is.
truth.
You just said
my objective is
want to know the truth.
True things.
Remember?
No. My objective.
You said I want.
My objective is to know more true things than false things.
Then that's self-centered.
It's not self-centered. It protects me from being deceived by charlatans.
You keep saying I. You keep saying me.
It protects me from being deceived by charlatans, conmen, and grifters, and it gives me the tools to help protect others.
Right. So that you'll never meet God with that.
I'll never meet God with logic and reason.
No, with self-centered reasoning.
It's not self-centered.
You just said it was. You said I. You said me.
It's to protect myself. I have
to. That's self-centered.
Okay. No, it's not. Deck.
Yes, you just said it's protect my.
Deck. When you're on a plane and the plane is going down, whose mask do you put on first?
Yourself.
Right. So
that's selfish.
So how can I help? No, because you can't.
No. If you only have,
because Deck, you can't help others.
I'll use your airplane example.
Deck, you cannot help others if you yourself are dead.
Jay, I understand what you're saying. I know the argument about the airplane.
It's
but
not
answer
selfish.
this. Answer this, J.O. If you only have enough time, and you're going to die either way, you're still going to die. You're going to get impaled by a tree when you're flying. I don't care, whatever. The top of the plane is going to crash on you. And you only have time to put one mask on a person. Who do you choose?
If I only have time to put one, if I'm aware of this, I would put it on my loved one if I have a loved one with me.
Right. The act. Action.
No, you put a constraint.
Right.
Okay.
So if your motive, JL.
No, it doesn't apply because under that constraint, I can only apply one. Under a typical constraint, I can apply myself first, and then I have time to apply somebody else's.
Right. So what is the motive there? I want to protect others, therefore I'm going to do this first.
Yeah.
Right.
I can.
But your motive.
No. I can protect multiple people. If I put someone else's mask on first and then I pass out, I've only helped one person. But if I put my mask on first, I've enabled myself to help more people than one.
Yeah, I understand that, Jill.
So it's not selfish. It's maximizing utility.
Not in your other argument though.
Oh, what the?
You're not helping anyone by protecting yourself.
Yes, it is. Because
how?
I already explained this. Because I have the tools to give to other people to protect themselves from charlatans, conmen, and grifters.
Brother, I don't even know who the heck are you talking about?
Anybody that I have deconverted away
from grifters?
Charlatans, conmen, and grifters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if all the people who are listening to seed doctrine preachers, if I had gotten to them first, none of them would have been taken in by that grift. If I had gotten to them first. But unfortunately...
Right, but you realize what you're taking away from these people is beneficial. It's not hurting them.
No, I'm not. No, it is not. And they don't realize that it's not beneficial. It is harmful to them and harmful to their loved ones. They have been conditioned to believe that it is not. If I had gotten to them first... Before these seed preachers got their hooks in them, they would not be in
jail. I've been in.
So
I waited. Listen, I waited an hour and a half, 50 minutes in this backstage here to be able to talk to you. And, out of the time I was here, I heard more hateful things spoken from you to Luke than any other person in the VC. Now, I'm not hating on you for that. But to sit here and make a claim that you hear me?
Yeah, why are you bringing it up?
Well, to sit here and make a claim that you're benefiting people by viciously slandering them in, like Luke, for example,
I haven't
I
slandered
think is
anybody.
I think is
No,
disingenuous.
I haven't
It's
slandered anybody.
Luke, you did.
I didn't slander him. Everything I said, I did not make one statement about him that was false. I hammered his epistemology because he refused to answer the question, because he dodged at all times, because he showed his intellectual dishonesty.
Right,
Because
right.
every time I pressed him, he showed his belly.
Right.
Literally,
That's
1
fine.
Peter,
But
literally,
how
1
again,
Peter
jail,
3:15,
jail.
literally, to quote again your Bible against you, 1 Peter 3:15, be prepared to provide the defense for the hope that lives within you and do so gently.
Jail.
You have not done that.
Jail. Listen, there's no way, and you know this scientifically as well. The CIA knows this. Police know this. There's no way to get an admission from someone unless you do it in a kind and loving way.
I have. No, I'm responding to the level of intellectual dishonesty that I get.
Intellectual dishonesty?
I have had.
What have I been dishonest about?
I said intellectually dishonest.
Yes. I haven't been dishonest about anything.
Yes, the shit you said about the Bible was intellectually dishonest. I know it better than you do.
Again, that's very selfish, but that's fine. But
That's
your
not
argument
selfish.
earlier, it is, Jail.
It's not.
It
It's
is.
an objective
It is,
assessment
Jail.
of reality.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And you know that's a fact.
No,
right? We have there's subjectivity. There's so many different things there.
What's the fourth book of the New Testament?
The fourth book of the New Testament, bro. John.
Okay, you don't fucking know what you're talking about. What's the fifth? He's got to look it up. It's Acts, by the way. So anyway, dude, I know that you can't demonstrate that your God exists without committing a logical fallacy. The fact that you have multiple times stated that you have to be irrational to accept these things is proof positive that there is no rational justification to believe this proposition is true. I understand that you are convinced that it is true, and that's fine. You can be convinced for a number of reasons, and those reasons can be bad. But I'm not here to unconvince you of these things. I'm here to give you the tools to critically examine why you believe a thing. If you predicate your belief purely on the utility that it provides you in your life, that's one thing. But he deuced out. But I will state that you have no justification to claim that you know it to be the case, and you're just going to come off sounding like a fool. What's up at Caligon Chick?
Oh, fuck. I got that I'm here, but yeah, hi. Everything is okay. The heat is kind of dying down here, so it's actually livable now. It's 84 to 86 degrees in your measurements, the freedom units.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yep.
I actually joined here. I hope to we can bring back heat with Luke a little bit, but I understand he's dishonest and he doesn't really understand the point, because your coffee cap example is kind of nice, because we can actually do some experiments if two people claim that they have coffee cap. For example, Andrew has a coffee cap and I claim that I have a coffee cap. We ask to show the coffee cap, right? And then Andrew gonna show his coffee cap, and I'm gonna show a jar, and that's how we can understand that some of us was lying. So we need the same kind of evidence for the God claim that people do, some sort of experiment at least that we can test. And usually Christians don't really have an experiment, or their experiment is to pray, for example, and it never works for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, that's it. Oh
yeah, the core of what Luke did.
Yeah,
Luke tried "Trust Me, Bro" all the way down. There is zero epistemological methodology. There is nowhere that it bottoms out that can have any reason for acceptance. Somebody down there had an experience. Cool story, bro. How do I know that it was conveyed right? How do I know that it relates to mine? No, see, what tells me that my experience matches that other guy's. It just sounds like it. You're lying. You're just lying. There is no methodology.
It's not necessarily lying, by the way. It can be that that's why
there's a
example was
I'll
bringing
I'll
up.
qualify it. I will qualify it with a statement from Aaron Ra. It's a lie to say a thing that you know a thing that you don't know. Aaron Ra said that very clear. It's like you're claiming knowledge, the fact you don't have it.
Notice how he didn't answer that.
It's wrong. It's a lie from your mouth.
Notice how he didn't answer that. He didn't address that. I want to know how he crossed that threshold. He would not go. He wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. And that was my that was the source of my antagonism. I'm going to point something out that's really interesting here. First, I have to say this. Good to see you, Tony Regime. Good to see you, Burt Russell. Thanks so much for being here. Good to see you as well. And I thought I missed somebody else. No, I caught 100th Monkey. Griff, good to see you as well. And Joe Rocker, and good to see you, Joe. And Joe had some interesting points to put in there as well. That there was another burn in hell, sinner. And then, of course, all I hear is hateful things, Christian. All I hear is hateful things. So yeah, they'll always find a reason to be persecuted. So Tony, I'm going to point this out. This is really, really fascinating, and I think it's a good teachable moment. And the difference between Tony and I in this: Tony will go crack a Tony on motherfucker science, like no problem whatsoever, and we'll wind up throwing him into crack a Tony to quiet that shit down. I will go crack a Tony and a motherfucker for their philosophical shit or whatever they're doing like this. So we both have our reasons for erupting. When Tony was having his conversation with Deck, it was like so chill, and I'm just like sitting back. And I told Andrew, I messaged Andrew. I was like, so many points to address. But he's having this conversation with Tony, and it's going fantastic. They're just all chill and nice. I was like, great. And Tony is just letting this cat get away with murder. Every single claim upon. What are you predicating this on? Upon how are you determining this? Like this. And so I'm like, this is going to be really interesting when I start going after his epistemology. Like, how is he determining this thing? Because he's making so many claims, and then we start getting into it, and all of a sudden the conversation turns bad. And I know that I say that, Tony, is that I said you letting him get away with murder, just like of all the points he was getting away with, that he wasn't getting pressed on. The minute I tried to press him on those points, it automatically turned salty. So it's like, what I found frustrating with Deck is that he seems nice enough, but wouldn't answer direct questions and didn't seem to have any reason why we should accept that God exists. Exactly. Yeah. Once I start beyond the personal utility that he finds in it, and he thinks that me giving people the tools to critically examine their faith, critically examine why they believe, their beliefs, and that they might deconstruct from that is somehow harmful. Because I'm removing that from them. No, because as you established, Tony, from the very beginning, we can achieve these things, and we don't need a God to do it. And we don't need a God to justify trying to do it. That was something that apparently he forgot He forgot the longer he was talking to me. So there was no justification there. But yeah, I was going to stick him to it. So there's the showcase there. And I think it's just a matter of the subject that we're talking about is where we're going to go off on that. So really interesting demonstration there, because I was getting hot because I was getting sick of his bullshit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's because he was not answering questions, and that's understandable why you're getting heated up. Also, you don't actually need Jesus, or you don't even need Jesus to follow this good stuff, because Yoda in Star Wars said kind of similar thing. It's something about fear breeds hatred or something like this. So you can use Yoda quotes, and they don't affect reality because it's a fiction. It's stated it's a fiction, but it still has good lessons to learn. So you don't even need Jesus's teachings to be a good person. You can take Star Wars for it.
What is it? It's fear breeds hatred. Hatred breeds anger. Anger leads to the dark side, is what it is?
Yeah.
It's wait, let's say, what is the actual full quote? Ignorance breeds. Oh no, hang on a sec. Breeds hatred. Yoda quote, because I'm thinking that George Lucas got that from Averroes, from the philosopher Averroes. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. That's what that is. And Averroes, his is ignorance leads to fear. Fear leads to hate, and hate leads to violence. This is the equation. Is a quote from Averroes. So I'm pretty sure that he just reformulated that into Jedi logic or Jedi philosophy.
Evidence you lack.
That is why you fail. I don't believe it. All the shit you've seen, Luke, and you still don't, and you don't believe. What the fuck? Little green man pulling X-wing out the mud.
There are so many like good fictional stories where you can take some good lessons from on how to be a good person. That's why like kids read some good books in school. Sometimes, like I don't know about education in America, like what curriculum you have on what books you read. But usually in school they have some like really good stuff.
Crap, the like American curriculum at this point is like swirling down the toilet. There are some states, like I live in a state right now where education is ranked 50th. It's bottom of the barrel here in the state that I live in. Like it's 50th in the nation. So
Unlucky.
Yeah, it's swirling down the drain, especially in red states.
And now you have Bible readings in
that's in Texas. Yeah, now Bible readings are like mandatory in Texas.
Yeah, that was a bad example. I'm sorry.
It's fucking insane. Like they're gonna teach they're gonna teach little kids. They're gonna teach like first graders about Noah's Ark and shit.
And like, as I understand, they're gonna change some stuff in stories as well. So they're not actually gonna teach the Bible. They're gonna teach them like dumbed down, changed version of it, right?
Let me see. As far as I know, and to answer this, and this is from Jverse, in 2025, Arkansas ranked 36th overall in education. In 2025, Oklahoma was 49th. Oh no, in 2024 we were 49th. In 2025 we dropped to 50th. So we were the worst education in the nation here in Oklahoma because we are a flyover state. Nobody gives a fuck.
That's only because you're landlocked. Otherwise, they could sail away.
Well, you know the reason Texas doesn't fall off into the Gulf of Mexico, right? Because
No.
Oklahoma sucks.
I think Deck on Deck was better.
That's a very satisfying sense of self-deprecation you got there.
Chill, you like this joke too much.
Jail is laughing because you realize that
I
this
laugh
level of
because it's
realization,
true.
it's either laugh or cry.
Yeah, right. It's either laugh or cry. The Texas State Board of Education approved a massive overhaul of the K-8 social studies and K-12 literature curriculum. The changes, which will take effect statewide for the 2030 to 2031 school year, require Bible stories across multiple grade levels, refocus on American and Texas history, and de-emphasize global cultures and racial diversity. So the
By
major
the way, this Bible readings, it's what Trump did better than Putin, because our government tried to do the same thing, like mandatory Bible readings in school, but it didn't pass somehow. I don't even know how. So like it passed in a way that schools can choose to make like classes that you can attend voluntarily. So it's like it's voluntarily for schools to make these classes, and it's voluntarily for students to attend these classes. So of course, like some like more radical Christian schools would make it and would probably pressure kids to like go to these classes. But in most like normal schools or even like good schools, usually they don't even have this stuff. And we also have like a lesson that basically called like world's culture or something like this. I don't know how to actually translate it, but in this lessons we learn about like different religions and stuff and how they came about a little bit.
Well, let's see here. The biblical integration required reading list for grades 1 through 12 will integrate excerpts from the Old and New Testament, such as the parable of the prodigal son and the 8 Beatitudes. The K through 8 social studies curriculum was completely rewritten to emphasize Texas and U.S. history while eliminating courses like the 6th grade world cultures class. The revisions minimized lessons about cultural diversity and the historical marginalization of minority groups. That is a really sanitized way of saying that, of trying to re-envision the Civil War as being not about slavery. So that's one way of doing that. Yeah.
As far as the Bible excerpt section goes, Dan McClellan did a great breakdown in heavy detail on exactly which verses were used, highlighting rather specifically the evangelical foundation in terms of what they're priming people to begin accepting. The theological implication is that once you see it, you don't unsee it. He does good work.
And it's kind of, it sounded like they do like less culture lessons now? Or did I misunderstood this?
Well, it's about framing. They frame it in a way. The manipulation it primes you for is a very specifically evangelical flavor. So,
okay.
Yeah, basically, when you take a look at exactly what they picked, you'll realize they also picked specific translations for each one. They went to different Bibles because they wanted a crafted result. Okay, that's the level it was on. It's like they went to this book for that. No. They are controlling theology with this.
Can they at this point just make like even newer KJV and like?
It's not the point. No, that's not the goal. The goal is to pass that control message on. That is the objective.
Okay.
It's like no. They're picking what they're doing to get the result. They're not picking to teach the book. They're picking pieces of the book to control the message.
That's so weird. Like if you imagine like any other country doing it with any other religion, Christians would not be for it for sure.
Well, it wouldn't happen anywhere else really. Most other places, like you take a look at like, in as much as there are technically translations for Islam. There's enough their cores is more consistent per se.
It's a smaller book.
It's a smaller book. There are variations, and there can be some substance in between there. But the stuff they go for is so much more defensible. It's more
with Islam,
consistent.
they can. With Islam, they can pick and choose Sahih and like how the other, like I don't know how it's called in English, like other scripture from like non-Quranic sources around
the Quran itself.
So so they can say like, oh, these hadiths are actually bad, so we're not going to pick them, we're going to pick different ones and stuff. So they can do this with Islam.
I'll agree. On a scale though, we're talking about a fair comparison given how many denominations there are. The scale, that tells you why it's Christianity this is happening with. This is why.
Yeah, Christianity has just so many differences
that much
between
worse.
their branches.
An order of magnitude. So if it's
Yeah.
going to happen, here's where it's going to happen and why. And it's motivated. So
Yeah,
I'm looking
understand.
at this. I'm looking at this report from CNN, and it's just making me nauseous. It's making me like physically sick to my stomach. Texas is becoming just a like literally a theocracy. This is just fucking insane.
Isn't Texas like the biggest Christian state in America?
If we're going by size of state, then probably in the contiguous United States.
Like with most amount of Christians.
BMI.
This is just crazy. This has got to fail under the lawsuits. This has got to. If parents don't sue under like religious discrimination, like forcing like Muslim children being forced to read the Bible, if parent, because this shit is mandatory, the kid can fail if they don't read the shit in its entirety, and that is a violation of religious freedom. And so that's a constitutional. And they're the only Republican. There was only one Republican who voted against this shit, who said the reason I'm voting no is because it's unconstitutional. Like this will not stand. And if parents don't sue on this shit, then Texas just has gone insane. They have to sue. Parents have to like bring up the lawsuits. The lawsuits will shut that shit down.
My history teacher, he was a devout Christian, and he always had a saying how when he was teaching history, he was always bringing up how Russia is the playground for God. He's like testing ideas in Russia, and then he spreads it to other countries in the world. I think God switched it to America now.
Wait, is it the KGB anymore? I thought it was the FSB.
It's FSB now in Russia, but it was KGB in USSR.
And they're not listening. I mean, they're not listening to you, are they?
They probably don't understand English, even if they're listening.
Okay.
But you don't know if I'm not the part of.
That's true. I don't know if you are a KGB agent.
I'm your, like, how I sometimes joke in Discord, I'm like personally assigned KGB agent for this chat, like state assigned agent. Like, you need to have at least one in the group so we know what you're talking about. So yeah.
You're the best handler we've seen here in a while. We've totally.
I'm not a handler. I'm just an agent. But my handler also loves you.
Aw, that's good to know. Pass my love on to them.
Yeah,
I feel so supported now.
Yeah, supported by Russia. Foreign agent status confirmed.
I'll be waiting for. I'll recognize my check in the mail because it'll be written in Cyrillic.
Yeah, with small amount of rubles. You're gonna be like, oh, what's this number? It's so small, and it's in rubles, so it's like base 2 cents. Like, what the fuck?
800 rubles. What you complain for is exactly what we pay the guys who go into Chernobyl. Take the money and enjoy it.
That's exactly how much we pay for bot farms that voted for Trump. Sometimes it's funny to troll conservatives on Discord, to say like, "Oh guys, I'm sorry, like we elected Trump for you." They get really mad about it.
Oh, that's awesome. Let me check something out. I think Tony was trying to get it. Tony like messaged me. I totally missed it. I should have started. Luckily, I can see his. Apparently, they're going off with DeFreak. I still can't see DeFreak's shit in my chat. I can't. Everybody's talking to him, but I can't see what he's saying. Maybe it's a good thing.
Did you accidentally like mute him on your end?
You know,
because I can't see him in the comments on StreamYard, but I can see him on YouTube.
Let me kind of guess. Let me see something here real quick. What number is he going? No, because I've only got 4 banned guests. Vegan World Order, Wesley Curry II, because he's mentally ill.
What a name.
Aaron Woodard Sr. and Robin Hood are the only ones I've had to actually like ban.
Interesting. Maybe he changed something in his settings? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why I can't see him.
Can you see him on
Jessica says she
YouTube?
can't see DeFreak. I can't see him on YouTube either.
Maybe he blocked you, so you can't see him. That might
Let's
be.
see, yeah.
The case.
I see everybody tagging DeFreak, and if I go here, let me see something real quick. And if I go to tag him in something, I can't tag him either. Like if I type in
so he probably blocked you.
I can't tag him. So that's the reason I can't see him, is because he's probably got me blocked. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. That's interesting. He's saying he have no one blocked, but it kind of Doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, I can't see him on YouTube or on this. But if I go into my settings on YouTube, I have to go into my studio. And let me see here real quick. If I go into my settings, and I go into my community moderation, and I go to user management and hidden users, I have like, dude, there's like 12 Otangelo socks in here.
You need a lot of socks, so.
Yeah, it's like 12. And I know there's another one that I don't have.
One more, and I think you get a free coffee.
Oh, there's PMARS. There's
Where are
Cafe.
you gonna put it? The coffee caps doesn't exist.
Son of a bitch. So many
Coffee is always
Otangelos.
the answer.
And a Maverick being Frank got him blocked.
That's based.
I don't see DeFreak in here.
Is there a search function? Can you just search for the freak?
Give me 1 sec. If I went to add someone new. Yeah, oh, well, no, because that's not DeFreak's name. That's a different channel.
You're adding the underscore?
Yeah, so if I do @DA_FR.
Yeah, I see it all here, so I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I can add him. I don't have him on here. I just had to type it slowly so that it kept up. It's the one. His is the PFP with Neo stopping all the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him right here. He is. I can add him. So I was typing in his name and he popped up in the suggestion list, and I can add him. He's not there, so I don't have him blocked. So he can't bitch anymore. DeFreak has me blocked.
Yeah, or something weird in his settings he did.
Yeah, when in doubt, you can look at the restream I'm giving you to see all the stuff you're missing.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah.
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 You can watch you watching you. We've got meta. All we need is like the infinite mirror, Jay Alec going.
What the hell am I looking at? You're looking at now, sir. What's happening now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. When will then be now?
Soon.
Oh no, it's just like, well, what happened to then? We passed then. When? What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. It's like, well, go. I don't want to look at now. I want to look at then. We can't. We passed then. When? Just now. When will then? It's fucking stupid. It's free on YouTube right now. It's free on YouTube right now if anybody hasn't seen it.
Everything's free on YouTube if you look hard enough.
That's true.
I'm surprised how many like movies are just full blown on YouTube.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they've been fantastic. What the hell am I looking at?
Thanks, Indians.
What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the movie? Now. You're looking at now, sir. Everything that happens now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. We're at now. Go back to then. When? Now. I can't. Why? We missed it. When? Just now. When will then be now? Soon.
This is the ultimate form of Abbott and Costello.
Abbott and Costello. Who's on first? Yep. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. We're at now. Go back to then. When? Now. I can't. Why? We missed it. When? Just now. And it was Colonel Sanders. His whole just now. Like we just missed it.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken.
He actually clucks.
Yeah.
Secure.
Have you get a chance to watch The Name of the Rose?
I have not yet, unfortunately. I've been toiling away on this video that I just got done editing. It is an hour and a half long. So
Ooh.
I've been working on it, and I finally got it done edited. I literally edited a feature film in the past few days. So it's 90 minutes long, and now I have to cut it into 4 sections so that I can release it as content, because I was convinced I was informed by a friend, by Johnny O, that if I drop an hour and a half video on my channel, the algorithm will bury it and no one will see it. If I want people to see
Not
it, I have to
necessarily.
maintain consistency, and I have to drop week, like I have been in around 25 to 30 minutes. So I'm going to drop them in 4 segments. I hope it's watchable that way. And I will eventually drop the entire hour and 30 so people watch the whole thing all the way through, but that's pretty much it. So
it's not necessarily gonna clog the algorithm or something. It's like if it gets good performance, like if people watch it, it can actually boost the algorithm. Because longer content means like longer retention or whatever. Or it's I don't think it's retention. Wait, what word I'm looking for? Like people watch it more, so YouTube thinks you doing good thing. So yeah.
Yeah. Ronald's name is I found a hidden joke in Spaceballs. Until Princess Vespa was jailed, they didn't know her singing voice, so she was the secret rebel base. Because she's a base.
Nobody
knows the trouble I've seen.
Yeah, the frick is just now.
Nobody
The frick is lying in the chat now.
Then what was it? Fucking John Candy. So she's a base.
The frick is just like lying in the chat now. He's saying that you have him blocked on YouTube, but you just checked that you don't.
I just walked through my shit. I was able to literally put your name. If your name was already a DeFreak, if your name was already in my blocked list, of which there are many, a lot of them are were like prawn bots. I have a bunch in there that were prawn bots, because there was a time when we were all getting inundated with prawn shit. But then YouTube got it under control. But then I have probably more than a dozen Otangelo sock accounts that are in there, and I have PMARS and Cafe, but even Cafe, I can still see when a Cafe comes up here on stage. I have a Maverick called Frank, because he's a complete douche nozzle. So people who are irrepressibly dicks, I have them blocked. And also because they put shit in my comments that the algorithm was like, nope, can't post that shit. So when people do that, when people are antagonistically hateful in my comments, or they say really nasty or racist stuff, they'll get blocked. I'll just block them. I don't need them. I don't want them.
And these people you have blocked, they also don't really go on panel, I think.
Yeah, I never see them
They only
anyway.
do this shit in the comments anyway.
Right. Keyboard warriors. So I went into my blocked area, and at the bottom, you scroll to the bottom, and you can add names by putting in the @. I put @DA_F, and then yours popped up, which is the PFP of Neo blocking bullets from the Matrix 2, from Matrix what is the Matrix 2? Matrix Revolutions? Revolution? I can't remember. The second Matrix. Anyway, I put that in there, and yours popped up, but I did not add it, so you're not blocked by me, dude.
Reloaded.
Yeah. Matrix Reloaded, that's it. And then Matrix Revolutions, that's it. That was the third one. You're a lying liar who lies. A lying liar who lies from Lyington, Liarsville. In the county Liarship. With a cousin who lives in Lyregrad.
Hey, don't bring Russia to this.
So speaking of Reloaded,
Leningrad, Lyregrad, I like that. Do what?
Yeah.
Speaking of Reloaded,
yeah.
I'll be back.
Sounds good. The secret rebel base, I like that. Let me see here. So yeah, I don't have DeFreak blocked. I don't know why I can't. DeFreak, you may want to check yours, because I hot single theist in your area. Thank you so much, Rodent.
A good one.
In the Shire of liars among the briars.
Do you know that Satanism is against the law now in Russia?
Satanism is?
Yeah.
Wow.
and it covers like classic like
Levian Satanism. Yeah.
Yeah, and it covers like actual like religious Satanism. It's just so broad that it covers both of them.
Interesting.
Unfortunately.
Satan.
I don't understand it, this law, because technically, like, Christians also believe in Satan. So, wouldn't Christianity be banned after again, like, in this law as well?
It's worship of the Dark One.
Yeah,
that's what they want to outlaw.
Yeah,
the beast with
kind
two
of sad.
backs.
We're getting more and more like anti-atheist or anti-normal people laws.
Yeah, like I said, if it if the world starts, if the United States starts going Gilead, me and mine are the fuck out of here. Every time I hear about the Space Force, I always go Zoltan. Nice.
What is Zoltan?
If I remember correctly, unless it's wait, Zoltan. Zoltan was the name of the wait, hold on a second. Is it Juggernaut? Is it Zoltan or Zardoz?
Zardoz was that one with Connery in that bathing suit.
Oh, dude! Oh, from Dude, Where's My Car? I haven't seen Dude, Where's My Car in so long.
Oh, you may not be familiar, but that's one of my famous arguments against PMARS and whatever, Christ is Risen, I think it was.
Oh, okay. All the dudes in bubble wrap. They laughed at us when we said aliens existed. They mocked us when we started wearing bubble wrap jumpsuits. But who's laughing now, huh? Okay. So Zoltan in the cult. Who is Zoltan? Zoltan, the eccentric leader of a UFO cult whose members wear bubble wrap jumpsuits. Played by Hal Sparks. He and his followers are obsessed with aliens and make a Z hand gesture whenever they shout his name. Zoltan. Okay, gotcha. When he said Zoltan, and Zoltan was from Big, was Zoltan Machine Big, and that's the fortune teller Zoltan.
I googled Zoltan Space Force. It gives a picture of some American like buffed guy in a uniform.
Oh no, sorry, it's Zoltar. Zoltar. Okay.
Oh, Zoltar.
Zoltar was from Big. So Zoltar is from Big. Zoltan is from Dude, Where's My Car? Zordon is from Power Rangers. And Zardoz is from Zardoz. Zardoz speaks to you. How confusing is that? So
we have Yahweh, but we also have Jesus, but they are the same. I think it's less confusing than the Trinity.
And I will do that, Rodent. Says, and by the way, if you see your mom this weekend, be sure and tell her Satan.
What's your favorite pronunciation of the name Yahweh? Because like Yahweh is a classic that like most.
That's the one I've heard.
In
heard the most is Yahweh.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you like any others?
None that pop into my head, really.
Like Jehovah is another one way to like it's basically like from German pronunciation how you read.
I don't think I've ever had a preference. I've never had a preference as to which one is used.
It's my favorite personally is because you can put basically any vowels there because we don't know how to actually pronounce. Justin from the Construction Zone gave I think the best one, Yahuwuhu.
Okay, that's actually kind of cool. So Juggernaut Jared Reed with the mean. Do you know what the INRI of the INRI stands for? Above Christ's head on the cross. I'm nailed right in. Well, the INRI stands for Jesus Nazarenus, Jesus Nazareth, Nazareth, Rex. I think it's like King of the Jews. It's like Rex, Ludorium or something like that. But it's effectively
you nailed it.
Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews is what the title was, and but I like his. I'm nailed right in, or I'm not really intelligent, or I'm not really invincible.
That's a nice one. That's actually like it's Jesus in Latin or something, and it's came the same way to Russian Christianity. We also call him Jesus. That's why now we have, you know how in America you have like Bible. It's like I think it's like basic instructions before leaving Earth, right? And it also looks for like English speaking people with the Bible, because it like this word is completely different in other countries, in other languages. It's the same with Jesus in Russia, because artificial intelligence in Russian is искусственный интеллект. So it's EE, the same first two letters in Jesus. So Jesus. And we have like a small, like really small, really weird cult of people who say that AI is actually second coming of Jesus. And his full name is basically an abbreviation to like artificial intelligence, mind controls, something. So it's like it's really funny how it only gonna work in Russian, because other languages don't use it. The same with like basic instructions before leaving Earth. Same shit.
That's wild. Let me see here. Jesus jokes. Why did Jesus stop playing hockey?
Why?
He was always getting nailed in the boards.
Some slang, hockey slang.
Why do the ladies love Jesus?
Why?
Because he's hung like this. What kind of car does Jesus drive?
Oh, I know this one. Is it Honda Accord?
Oh, you got it. Yeah, but he doesn't. It's a Honda Accord, but he doesn't like to talk about it. For I did not speak of my own accord.
Yeah.
A Honda Accord, but he doesn't like to talk about it. It's supposed to be like, what kind of car does Jesus drive? A Chrysler. Wrong. He drives a Honda Accord. He just doesn't like to talk about it.
Yeah. I think it's the same. I heard it from like not what car Jesus drive, but what car disciples drove. Like, so yeah, but I know this one. Yay.
How does Jesus stay so ripped?
How?
CrossFit.
That's a good one. Have you seen Korean Jesus?
Korean Jesus?
Yeah, just Google Korean Jesus.
I gotta see Korean.
You're gonna
Jesus.
get a statue of him. It's so hilarious. It's like the best version of Jesus. Yeah, yeah.
Do you even pray, bro?
That's the CrossFit.
Jesus is a beast.
Yeah. And it's only Korean Jesus. I never seen any depictions like this in any other like countries.
Who wants to see Korean Jesus?
I think they don't know if they want to, but I think they need to.
I think they need to see Korean Jesus.
This is a beast.
Korean Jesus is a fucking unit.
That's the Messiah I will follow.
The dude is a unit.
He doesn't look like he's even nailed to a cross. Like he
never skipped
there.
He never skipped a day of prayers and way.
Yeah.
I
He
am the
skipped
I
a
am the
little
I
bit of
am
a
the
leg day.
I am the way. I am the way, the truth, and the I am the way, the truth, and the lift.
That's a good one.
Oh, the way, the truth, and the lift.
In creatine we trust.
In creatine we trust. I gotta get a closer look at his face. Damn, that's an angry dude. That dude's a
No beard though.
Look at those fucking lats, man. Son of a bitch. He's got like a 30
He skipped
pack.
like a. It feels like he skipped a little bit of a leg day, but you know.
Yeah, he focuses more. He focuses more on upper body. He needs to balance.
Yeah.
He really does. He needs to balance out his routine. Son of a bitch. Who else? So Juggernaut Jerry says I need to look up touchdown Jesus.
Do you even repent, bro?
Do you even repent, bro? Let's see. I need to look up touchdown Jesus. Let's look up touchdown Jesus. Touchdown Jesus, a Notre Dame campus landmark. Oh wait, no. Or the touchdown Jesus in Ohio. Is this the statue in Ohio? I don't repent for Jesus. I get bent for Jesus. No, it's okay. So touchdown Jesus landmark near Cincinnati. Okay, so
I don't know if it's an angle, but the face looks kind of weird.
Let me see this. Let me share this. Andrew, are you seeing these?
I don't think Andrew's here. I think he's recording.
Just got in.
Okay, so apparently that's touchdown Jesus. It was in Cincinnati. That's touchdown Jesus. And apparently touchdown Jesus was struck by lightning and burnt.
Uh-oh.
And so touchdown Jesus was struck by lightning and burnt to the fucking ground.
That's the proof. Christianity is false. Zeus is the only god.
What's that about not creating idols?
Nice catch, son. Or it may be having an object with his hands, with an object that reaches that far into the sky that has metal posts inside of it in a giant open area.
Yeah, maybe. But like, I don't think that's the case. I think it's Zeus.
Now it's just a monument. I don't know what that is a monument to. Some kind of insect. I actually kind of like that better. It looks like it was the tallest thing in the area. Oh, they're putting in something new?
In the comments, someone saying I just joined up and I see touchdown Jesus. I've driven by that so many times.
You see,
$5 footlong Jesus. What?
see for this guy here, cold riveted girders with cores of pure selenium. The architect was either a certified genius or an authentic wacko.
Or an authentic madman. From Ghostbusters
Oh yeah,
2. Oh wait, was it
they
Ghostbusters
rebuilt
or
it.
Ghostbusters? Was it certified genius or an authentic wacko? That's Ray. That's Ray from Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it's Ghostbusters 1.
Yeah, the game was whoever built this. Yes, it was the building. It was like whoever built it was either a certified genius or it was either a certified genius or an authentic what was it?
Authentic wacko.
Authentic wacko. I can't unsee the praying mantis. That's what it is.
They rebuilt that's called $5 footlong Jesus.
$5 footlong.
It looks like a burrito. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one that we looked at? I think. What is $5 footlong Jesus? Popular local nickname given to the 62-foot tall King of Kings, statue of Christ outside of Solid Rock Church in Monroe, Ohio. The original statue, colloquially known as Touchdown Jesus or Big Butter Jesus, was destroyed by a lightning strike and ensuing fire in June 2010. The replacement was built with fire-resistant materials in 2012, but the quirky roadside moniker remains. So
They learn.
That's hilarious. What the hell is the Teeth of San Bartolo? Okay, so the Teeth of San Bartolo. I got to see this shit. Okay. So, the Teeth of San Bartolo, there is an 18th century Christ of Patience statue in Mexico. The Christ of Patience statue in Mexico, which looks like this.
Oh, no way. This
Yeah, hang on.
Touchdown Jesus was made out of molded plastic foam, styrofoam.
No wonder it burnt. Okay, so
Americans with their construction techniques.
All right, so this is. Let me see if I can get a better image of this fucking thing. It is creepy looking. I'll give you that.
Should we go on your another channel?
No, one second. It's I'm trying to find a good picture of it. And it's the 18th century. All right, and so I can get a little bit of background. Okay, so the Lord of Patience is a famous 18th century polychrome statue of a seated, suffering Jesus, housed in the parish of San Bartolo, Coatlapan in Mexico. It made international headlines, and it looks like this. Okay, that's a good image. And let me share this. So it looks like this.
He need a phone in his head, and it's like me on a toilet.
Just looks bored.
Yeah. Okay. So something interesting was found out about this thing. No. About this statue, and that is.
Jesus.
One sec. Wait, so was that the one? Is that the one? Hang on a sec. Or maybe that's not the actual statue. Fucking hell! How is this so hard to find? Okay, so the Discovery Mexico Christ statue has human teeth. So specialists.
So that's a different one.
So specialists, yeah, I think this is a different one. So the statue of the Lord of Patience in the parish of San Bartolo, Mexico, has always looked ghastly. His tortured look, blood streaming out his neck, open wounds on his face, hands and knees censured, blah, blah, blah. But it turns out the statue's even more realistic than previously thought. Specialists restoring the 18th century artwork have discovered that the statue's 8 teeth used to belong to an adult human. So the teeth were likely donated as a token of gratitude, but the actual statue was like real teeth in it.
Now that's method.
Christians are crazy.
Straight up through the roots. That is just nuts. The 8 teeth that it has are real.
What was this Catholic? It's not a. It's like a jaw of some kind of saint. Catholic jaw. Yeah. If you Google Catholic jaw relic, that's like pretty creepy looking thing. It's kind of cool because it looks like a little bit like it's from Warhammer.
You said creepy. What was this? Catholic
Jaw
jaw
relic. Yeah, Catholic jaw relic.
Jaw relic. Oh, what the fuck!
It looks straight up like something the people like in Warhammer 40k gonna put on dreadnoughts and stuff.
Why is it always the Catholics? So I found this over on Instagram.
Yeah. This is not the creepiest version because in this version they don't have eyes. But in some, like, I think they put the eyes out, but in some versions they have some sort of like eyes thingies there.
The jawbone and tongue of Saint Anthony in the Basilica of Saint Anthony of Padua. Wow.
All right, but you guys get to actually fucking thank atheists and just want to fuck international.
That's freaking crazy.
Yeah. Text spam.
Oh, I have
goes,
somebody. There appears to be
here.
somebody in the Discord. 1 second. Ank. What's up, Mage? I am an atheist. You're more than welcome to come up on stage and explain why I can't be. Because I'm running a live stream right now, as you can see, like I'm live. Because it's a philosophical question, and I hold it's because because there is currently something, we can strongly infer that there has always been something, and that something is the universe. So the universe, I hold that there's always been something that exists, and that something is the universe itself. No, I don't hold that it has a beginning. So, YMCA. See, I love how he makes statements about who we are and is like has no idea. Like I can rationally justify my position. So you're just gonna run? You're a Christian, you're gonna run away? First Peter 3:15.
Ask him a question.
You're gonna provide a defense for the hope that exists within you? You think it's a historical argument when even scholarship doesn't? They don't. They hold it to be a theological claim, not a historical claim. That's an appeal to conspiracy, dude. Come on. All right. So thank you so much. I'm going to let Andrew talk to him. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, thank you so much for the 10 Australian. The only time when I'm able to listen to Stage of Reason is when I'm alone in the milk cool room. So now I automatically associate J.L. Warren with working the milk load. I'm glad that I can bring that to you.
Tech spam goes here had a like a long message.
The spam
I can
goes
break
here?
that.
Yeah. 1 sec. Let me see.
It's from 6:32 a.m.
From 6:32? Oh wait,
Yeah,
your
you need
time.
to scroll like a little bit. Yeah.
I can beat that. There's a figure made by a sculptor who didn't want to be forgotten, so he sculpted himself, including pores in his skin, which he populated with his own hairs. Oh. Dedication. Serious dedication.
He also transplanted his fingernails and teeth to the statue.
Aw. Heebie-jeebies. Weird. I guess it's no different than like organ transplantation, giving your organs to someone else when you die. It's just, Hose of the Demon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Another weird one on the
I don't think it's the same.
Another weird one on the self-mummification rituals of one Buddhist sect. They lock themselves into tiny boxes.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I think yes, Christianity is definitely a morbid religion, especially Eastern Orthodox and Catholicism, because of how deeply they hold on to the mystical elements of it. Seeing a lot of the creepy death shit that Catholics have in their collection in the major areas in Rome, really, I mean, full on mummified corpses of saints, body parts, shit like that. It's really freaking. I mean, the context allows them to accept these things, but this is a group of people who claim a God exists that they can't demonstrate, that everybody needs to have faith and follow a single leader and look at all the body parts we've collected from former believers.
And they kind of treat them like idols. They claim that they're not idols, and it's confusing.
When did Christians start worshiping Kenny Loggins?
Who's Kenny Loggins?
He's a singer. Danger Zone.
Footloose.
Doesn't ring a bell.
You ever seen the movie Top Gun?
Yeah, a little bit.
Gonna take a ride into the danger zone. That's Kenny Loggins.
Oh yeah, I know this.
Yeah.
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 Mama Don't Dance, Loggins Messina.
He looked a little bit like John Lennon in 2005.
Thank you for the links, Jared Reed. Appreciate those.
I don't think John Lennon looks like much in 2005. I hear he's not composing anymore.
I heard the story about like the Buddhism thing with the box when they claimed that the dude was buried for many years, and then they kind of dig him up, and he still had a pulse and stuff.
Highway to the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. And ride it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I got it. Let's see. Gonna take it right into the danger zone. Yeah. Gonna take it right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Ride into the danger zone. Yeah. And let me pull this back. Sterling Mallory Archer's favorite artist. Oh yeah. I heard a joke about that one time. What was it? Kenny Loggins joke. I changed all of my password logins to Kenny because I like to live in the danger zone.
I got banned from karaoke for submitting, Danger Zone like 6 times into the list. Apparently, that's too many login attempts. And yes, Roden got the joke.
John Lennon is no longer composing. He's decomposing.
Yeah, I laid that out there and nobody bit. I was very sad.
So how come we didn't get Mage in here? How come he didn't want to come in? The guy you were talking to.
Apparently it's never worth debating, but he's got his argument, which of course it's got to be airtight.
What he's doing on debate server then?
Nah, he just doesn't want the potential of anybody else seeing, the dismal performance.
Oh.
His performance is too good. He fears he's gonna.
It's anxiety. I mean, I hear it happens to everyone else. Performance anxiety. Just couldn't get it up.
He need a Korean Jesus to help him.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yeah.
He is the way. WHEY. Stacked unit is what he is. Yoked. Well, we haven't had anybody in the back in a second. I don't have a video picked out, like I said, and if we don't get somebody up for a conversation, I know I'm going to start fading fast. I'm not going to be able to maintain my energy without somebody to engage with. Maybe that's why my fuse was somewhat short earlier. Was because I know how tired I am, and I know that the minute I get done with this, I'm going to go pass out. because I can
have a
already
question,
feel
then.
myself fading.
If you don't have energy right now for like a big conversation about some stuff, and we don't have any Christian callers, that kind of weird. They should be here. But like, what's good horror movies for quote unquote beginners, for people who don't actually like horror movies or like kind of scared of them?
If you, I wouldn't recommend movies for like someone who, if someone has like no like real experience with horror, like horror visual media of any stretch. I would recommend starting where pretty much everybody usually starts. And I would say, go watch. No, you don't start with Rosemary's Baby and Evil Dead 2. What the fuck are you doing? I might as well just give him fucking Antichrist and just like be done with it. You know, that I'll never hear from him again because he'll never dig himself out of that existential hole. You want to start easy. So you can start, I would recommend one of two places. You can go on YouTube and you can check out the old Universal monsters, which would be the stuff from like the 1930s and the 1940s. So you'd be looking at like the Wolfman, Creature from the Black Lagoon, Frankenstein, Dracula, all the original stuff, like the original monsters, and just like check that stuff. Yeah, the classic shit. And after you're done with those, I would say then you can move on to the Hammer horror stuff, the stuff that's in color and is a bit more violent, but is kind of telling new, beefed up, more risque versions of those old stories. Or if you want more complex like concepts, then I would say you could start where a lot of kids start, and you could start by watching Goosebumps, Are You Afraid of the Dark? And
not really.
No, that's a series. Yeah. Are You Afraid of the
I
Dark?
know.
Are You Afraid of the Dark? Goosebumps, and probably, which will introduce you to some concepts in short order that are kind of cut for kids, so that you kind of like prime yourself for that. Or you could start with something solid like Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Dark Side.
I heard about it.
Yeah, Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Dark Side, or even Friday the 13th, the series.
Even prior to that, I'd probably go for Twilight Zone. There's a lot of
Twilight Zone would be good, and Outer Limits.
Even though
Twilight Zone leans more towards the philosophical with scary concepts, whereas Outer Limits tends more towards the sci-fi with some horror elements, but sometimes not. So it's kind of like there. But if you're wanting like horror, like straight up like that stuff, then I'd say that you could start small. But if I were to give you like my best horror film to watch, like the number one, it would be The Thing. It would be that movie right there. That's on my wall.
Which year?
1982.
Okay.
John Carpenter.
There's two of them.
Yeah, John Carpenter. The second one came out 2011. It's the sequel. So I would say John Carpenter, 1982, The Thing with Kurt Russell, Keith David. You'll recognize them all. So I would go with that. That would be my number one suggestion. I do see a bunch of recommendations in there. People are saying Monsters is good. It's pretty good if you can find it. Masters of Horror is a little on the extreme side. I would say get into horror more before you start diving into Masters of Horror, because that's getting into like really strong practical effects and some really grotesque shit. The Thing is amazing. Yeah, exactly. John Carpenter movies are pretty solid. Throw them in the deep end with The Thing. Old Outer Limits, not the new Outer Limits. Now, Juggernaut Jared Reed says Full Moon Features. Full Moon Features is going to be your Puppet Master, your demonic toys, and all the kind of like goofy shit, because it's really low budget, but it's super, super popular. And like Ginger Dead Man, fucking Killer Bong and shit like that. So, but primarily, Full Moon Features is known for the Puppet Master series, of which they've done like 23 of them so far. You know, they started in the 80s. They've been making Puppet Master films ever since then. So, you're likely somewhat familiar with them. Alien would be a good place. Would probably be a good one if you dig the sci-fi element. Ridley Scott's Alien, 1979.
Alien is horror?
Yeah, that was definitely a horror film. Alien was a horror film.
Interesting. I didn't Like I didn't seen it that way.
The first Alien was science fiction, yes, but it followed the tropes of a slasher film. So
Okay.
it definitely
Yeah, I
is
can
like
see
a
it.
horror. Like it's like a horror sci-fi. And then the second Alien film was definitely a sci-fi horror because it was more about the action and the explosions and shit like that.
Yeah.
John Landis's American Werewolf in London is pretty good. That's a classic one with solid practical effects. I don't know if he's ready for Henenlotter's Basket Case. Basket Case is pretty intense. The stuff from Trauma is pretty tongue-in-cheek, although I do love Lloyd Kaufman. I really, really do. Yeah, I guess you got like your classics. You got The Exorcist. You got The Omen. Some other big heavy hitter. I mean, there's a bunch of Rosemary's Baby. What was that? There was one. The Devils was a really fucking good one. Although not really a horror film. More like horrific elements. More like the horrific elements that religion can lead one into. But there was one called The Devils that came back out in the 70s, and they got the subject matter got it banned in like 14 countries. It was amazing.
Tech Spam asked about The Cat with Hands. Is it a good thing to watch as a beginner?
The Cat with Hands? Or Cat People? I remember Cat People with Julian Sands.
He's saying the Cat with Hands.
Oh, The Cat with okay. I have not seen this. This is from 2000. Wait, The Cat with Hands. This is like a 4-minute short. That's why I haven't seen it, because it's a short. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
Minutes.
I do not know. It does look like a horror film. It is a cat that has human hands. It really is. It's very weird. Son of a bitch. Hang on a sec. Hold the fort, Andrew. 1 second.
My only experience with horror is this like movie about like dolls and stuff, like a Chucky.
Chucky.
Yeah, probably Chucky. Yeah.
Yeah, the redhead little demon one, like with a red suit, stabs people.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that's some old school stuff. I guess that sort of leads to also like Friday the 13th, the actual movie series.
I put it like in my I put it in my tabs, like all this stuff. I'm gonna watch some of it and see if I can enjoy horror, because like for me it feels like I'm just missing on a lot of like good films because I don't like horror stuff, and I don't I want to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, it's never been high on my list at the same time as Cord Lizard Mage and I have been going back and forth about how long I'm able to put off watching that one movie in my queue. I've like no attention span to sit down through like whole movies. Like even TV episodes, I'm behind on like multiple Star Wars series. Several years behind on Doctor Who now. Like all stuff I used to regularly watch. So
I didn't watch Doctor Who after Capaldi. Capaldi was the last Doctor for me.
I'm ancient. I seen the OG before it went off the air in like 88, 89, I believe
can't
it was.
watch them. I tried. It's just so slow for me.
I loved them. I kind of grew up with that stuff.
I understand, and like I understand how people love them when they seen it, like at a time or like before this like fast-paced media, but I just can't watch this old stuff. Like one of my favorite movies is 12 Angry Men. You probably know this movie.
I'm passingly familiar. I never actually watched it myself.
Yeah. So the black and white old one. It's slow, but like it's just. I really like it. It's just so good. And I watched it, and it was hard to watch for me because it's like a little bit on the slower side, but still. But Doctor Who is just like I'm sorry, it's so slow. I only watched the new Doctor, starting with the 9th Doctor.
Sorry about that. There was a big ass brown recluse on the wall of my office. I had to go take care of it.
Oh wow.
I live a brown recluse spider. I live very, very rurally here in the States. Like I'm out there, and my property is pretty sizable. And there's lots of brown recluses where I live. This is the time when they come out, when it starts getting like hot and humid, and they're typically nocturnal. Is when they like to move about to hunt stuff, and occasionally they come in. I find them in my office, or I find them in the house. I have to get rid of them because I have dogs. So
you are the voice crying in the wilderness.
Got to take care of them.
Have you watched Doctor Who, Jill?
A little bit. Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, a little bit of Matt Smith.
Okay.
I did all the OGs going to black and white. I grew up on it.
Ooh, somebody mentioned Reanimator. Okay, so getting into Reanimator and Beyond Reanimator and Bride of Reanimator, you're getting into like the Stuart Gordon and Brian Yuzna stuff, which means you're treading into like the practical effects of like society and shit like that. So that's getting pretty intense. Barbara Crampton is a horror icon, and so I recommend anything that she's in, especially, and Jeffrey Combs as well, both of them brilliant. So, you know, I would say acclimate yourself to horror first before diving into any of the Stuart Gordon, Brian Yuzna stuff, because that's really intense shit. They do a lot of back in the day they went through their Lovecraft cycle, just like Corman went through a Poe cycle. So, let's see, what cosmic horror Cthulhu would you start someone on? Reanimator and Dagon come to mind. So to start somebody on, you could throw them in the deep end with some shit like The Void, Reanimator, Dagon. I see more value in acclimating them to the idea of cosmic horror, like cosmic dread. So I would start with something a little bit softer, kind of like Black Mountainside, or maybe even there is a movie called Cthulhu that I shit you not had Tori Spelling in it, which was not bad. It was not terrible, but it came out in like 2001 or 2011. When the fuck did that come out? But Tori Spelling was in it, which blew my mind. Cthulhu, 2007. My bad. 2007, and I shit you not, had Tori Spelling in it. And Cara Buono and Tori Spelling, which just is crazy. So, but that was decent. That was pretty good. Cthulhu was a decent one, came out 2007. Black Mountainside is one of my favorites. That's available to stream right now, I think, on Amazon. Black Mountainside came out in 2014. The Void is really good, but you gotta love practical effects if you get into The Void. So, Color Out of Space would be a good one to start too. Color Out of Space would be solid. I'd recommend that one more if Richard Stanley didn't turn out to be a freaking abusive douche nozzle. You know? But unfortunately, Stanley turned out to be an asshole, and an abusive asshole at that. So I'm less inclined to recommend Color Out of Space no matter how much I love it. I will recommend Mandy all day long because I fucking love Panos Cosmatos, and I'm all for the cage rage. Because every movie needs a little cage rage. Do you know what I'm talking about, Andrew?
Nope.
Nicolas Cage, Rage.
I think I may have had a hint of it, but
Cage Rage.
Yeah,
it's from his movies when he's like school fire.
The cage must rage. It must rage. Okay, so Spam Goes Here says I want a director's cut of Event Horizon. The interesting story on that is that Paul W.S. Anderson apparently says that the studio lost the actual original director's cut, like it was lost in a fire or something like that. So there is no possibility of a director's cut of Event Horizon, even though there was one. So like the additional footage was lost, which is something that we'll never get an Anderson cut of Event Horizon, which freaking sucks. And yes, Mandy is cosmic horror. Warlock was good.
Series...
Go ahead.
Have you seen the series Preacher? Based on comics?
Yeah. Based on the Garth Ennis comics. Oh yeah, I was familiar with the comics before it dropped.
I just love this series because there's so many like little like things in there, kind of references to the Bible that like people who don't read the Bible would not understand, and also like how they portrayed God, like basically as a pervert and stuff. It's also really funny and really biblical. I just really like it.
Oh, apparently so. Okay, so people are telling me that apparently they stored the film, the Anderson cut, in a salt mine in Transylvania, and it got through and ruined it. That would do it. I hadn't heard that. I guess it was a different source, or maybe I'm conflating it with something else. I resigned myself to the fact that we're never going to get an Anderson cut of Event Horizon, just like we're probably never going to get a Lynch cut of Knights of Badassdom, which sucks. So
why would the store film in a salt mine?
That's a good question. Why would they store the negatives in a salt mine? I have no idea. Crazier shit has happened. Oh, and Tony Regime, you bring this up as a joke. So would you recommend Track of the Moon Beast? You know damn well my answer to that. My answer is no. Okay, arguably one of the worst films ever made. It was almost impossible for me to find a redeeming quality to that fucking movie. There are worse movies like The Butcher, that we reviewed over on Week in Horror, but Track of the Moon Beast, that was a special one because there was a lot of lead up going into that. There was a lot of lead up going to Track of the Moon Beast, and no. Yeah, Rodent No Last Name says, and Kalagonchik, if you like the Preacher TV series, you need to read the comic because the show was tame by comparison.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like I would read a comic. It's just you need more time to read the comic because you can't do you can't watch or like you can't read comic and do something, and you can just watch show and do something else.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, so Cord Lizard Mage brings up Mono's Hands of Fate, and Mono's Hands of Fate. My first taste of that movie, was fucking on you know what it is, Mystery Science MST3K. And then I watched the movie by itself without the commentary, just so I get a sense of it. And I could not get that line out of my head when the giant hand show. It was like, I wish those big hands would just push him over, But I would say that to be I would say that to, for a good laugh. I'm Torgo. I watch the property while the master's away. With those knobby knees or whatever, because he's supposed to be a satyr. That's why his legs are all weird. So yeah. I will say that Torgo. I am Torgo. Jacob's Ladder was a good one. I noticed nobody mentioned The Gate with a young Stephen Dorff. The Gate was pretty damn creepy. The Gate was a solid creep factor. So if you haven't seen The Gate, I could recommend that. I would not classify Bedazzled as a horror film. Killer Clown certainly was. Robot Monster, the Giant Gila Monster, those are solid monster films. The Cord Lizard Maids, the Little Shop of Horrors that I prefer, even though there's a special place for the musical in my heart because I love Rick Moranis, I love Steve Martin. My favorite is the Jonathan Hayes one from 1960 that had Jack Nicholson in the bit role as the one who goes into the dentist. So I would say that the original Little Shop, the 1961, where the plant was more like telepathic and shit. So I enjoyed that one as far as the storyline goes. That's just me. Little Demons was kind of funny. Terror Vision is pretty good. Jacob's Ladder is more psychological horror. That was a killer one. Okay, so PC Tony brings up one of the worst films I've ever seen is Funny Games. Not at any technical level because it's so incredibly mean-spirited. There are two versions of Funny Games. There's the German version and then there's the American version. The German version, not a lot of people know about. But so the German Funny Games came out in 1997. Satirical psychological thriller film directed by Michael Haneke and with a pretty much nobody cast. Then it was remade in America, and the Funny Games came out in 2007, and that actually had Tim Roth, Naomi Watts, Michael Pitt, Brady Corbett, and I I think Devin Gearhart and I like that. That one was one of the most savagely mean-spirited films I've ever seen. One of the few that's infuriated me, that actually that made me angry. But I enjoyed the movie because of that, because so many movies I see, because I did this for a living I was part of my income. I ran a podcast for 5 years. You see so many, you kind of get desensitized to it. And so the American one just left me with just an anger, I was so pissed, just at the fucking futility of it all. But I recognized what it was essentially saying. There was no hope ever again, and oftentimes hope is illusory, which is a stark fact about reality. On occasion, hope is illusory. Hope can give you strength. Hope can give you like the metal you need to keep persevering and to keep pushing on. But sometimes and often it is illusory. And we don't see that from the outside perspective, from a third person perspective. So we only see it when it occurs to us in the instant. And then other people don't recognize that. We saw that kind of like from the subjective reality of just how savage reality can be and how savage it often is, but how savage we wish it wasn't, and that's what I got out of that one. So as angry as it made me, it reminded me, it told me things about myself and how I want the world to be. So I dug it. I dug that one just because of that. It wasn't like Ninth Gate, where the ending pissed me off so bad I've only ever watched the movie once. Because that movie infuriated me.
I hate that Cliff Wells mentioned the Human Centipede.
Oh, Human Centipede.
The film. Like I watched like a couple of horror films.
You can't decide whether
Human Centipede.
you can get behind it or in front of it.
You'd rather be the one at the front. You don't want to be the one in the middle or in the back.
Middle is the worst one.
Middle's the worst.
Night Shyamalan plot twist. It's an Ouroboros.
It's an Ouroboros. I'll spoil it so you don't have to watch it. In the original Human Centipede, the front and the back die, and the one that survives is the one in the middle. Is the one left alive. Yeah. So that's the horror of it.
I watched the original then. I hate it so much, and I get that I haven't seen this movie.
The only enjoyment I ever got was I got to meet Tom Six and Dieter Laser, and both of them were amazing guys. Tom Six is just a funny as hell dude. He's like a caricature of he's a caricature of a German who wants to be a cowboy, who wants to be an American West cowboy. And then Dieter Laser is just an amazing. It was just before he passed away. Dieter Laser was an amazing actor, great character actor, very very funny. And I loved engaging with him. That dude was so down to earth. Tom Six is just crazy. He's just a wild, zany, crazy guy. And I have seen Black Sheep, that was a New Zealand horror film about mutant sheep. It was like Evil Dead meets Babe. I don't know, but it was definitely
You're saying this German guy is basically this character from the series The Rookie? I don't know if you've seen it.
Probably. I mean, I could imagine. I just always imagined this is a German. Oh, this is a guy playing at what he thinks an American cowboy is like, based upon what he's seen on TV. And so, and if you imagine a German who's like a film guy, who really, really, really wants to be a cowboy, but all he knows about cowboys is what he's seen on television, and then you were to draw a caricature of that. That's what Tom Six is.
That's a nice one.
That's what Tom Six is. So many good ones.
Tracer Andy.
There's so many good. Island of Dr. Moreau. I actually kind of enjoyed it for the practical effects, even though Val Kilmer just checked out, and I hate that that's like one of the last role to remember. I forgot his name. Andrew.
Which
Son
one?
of a bitch. Moreau, the guy who played Moreau.
That's an original black and white, wasn't it?
He was Superman's dad.
Oh shoot, Marlon Brando.
Fuck. And I hate that that's the last movie to remember him by. Because that was the last movie.
You didn't go to Godfather. I mean, wow.
No, Godfather was great.
I know, but and just to remember who it was. I mean,
yeah, I just go to that, but I hate that the movie he went out on is fucking Island of Dr. Moreau. It's like, what? Just, you know, the man deserved it. There was a lot of shit going on in his life at the time. He was kind of like losing it, but. Needless to say, lots of really, really good stuff. I'd recommend, you know, like if you're getting into horror, go in easy. Don't dive off into the deep end. There's a lot of like really, really insane shit. Like I'm not going to put you like, you know, I'm not going to put you like the taking of Deborah, the taking of the taking of Deborah Logan or some shit like that. Yeah, I'm not going to put you in front of the taking of Deborah Logan. I'm not going to put you in front of Martyrs or Inside or High Tension or any shit like that. I want people to ease themselves into horror, you know, not just like be bombarded with shit, because there's a lot of stuff out there that can put you off of it.
I wrote down a lot of your recommendations.
Thank you. The idea of things like Twilight Zone, especially the classic ones along the way, because the fact that it's bite size, it's like you don't have to like be dragged through an extended series to really have a situation, you know, laid out for you, and let it play its course.
Sharknado is a
no. Don't watch Sharknado. Don't watch that shit.
Isn't Sharknado is kind of like a satire? No?
Yeah, it's sci-fi asylum bullshit. Yeah, don't even. Room 1402. 1408. 1408 is good. Do 1408. It's a John Cusack, Samuel L. Jackson horror film. And 1408 is solid because it's one of the few, I would say, in my opinion, it's one of the few Stephen King adaptations that is better than the book. 1408 is really good. Another favorite of mine is Christine. And In the Mouth of Madness, John Carpenter film. Prince of Darkness, John Carpenter film. Big Trouble in Little China, John Carpenter film. I'm a big John Carpenter fan.
Do you watch any like superhero movies or animations?
Only because I am a Marvel fan. I'm a Marvel fan over DC, and I've always
films and animations.
Marvel characters,
because
the way Kirby
for
and
me,
Lee,
like I like Marvel movies that they did, but I prefer DC animated series.
Okay, DC animated is really, really fucking good. DC animated is good, but DC movies suck, and DC comics not great.
Exactly.
But the whole reason is because Kirby and Lee, who were pretty much the minds behind Marvel, Kirby and Lee wrote their characters as exaggerated expressions of humanity. So every single character in Marvel is grounded in a real person, in like a real thing. Are you fucking Sharkalanche?
Gotta read the byline.
Tara Reid and Tim Allen. See, that's where Tara Reid and Tim Allen went. Don't go crazy.
Snow is frozen water. The science is sound.
What the fuck?
Actually, I had no idea this would pop up. I was hoping it would pop into like the bottom area where you could choose where to display things. I had no idea it was going to take over.
You want to see something?
Oh boy, let's cause some damage.
You want to see? I mean, there's shit out there, dude. Like seriously, there's serious shit out there. Let's go Lavalantula.
What the?
Yeah, let's go Lavalantula.
What am I even looking at? It looks like a AI generated something.
This came out in 2015.
Oh, it's a spider.
Yeah, it's a spider. It's a lava tarantula.
I mean,
let's go
Killer Tomatoes was the thing.
Even better than this. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I can't share it, but I had a Facebook post I put up about a week ago saying I live with the constant existential dread that somewhere someone is writing a screenplay for Sharknado 8.
Let's go even better.
There's 7 of them.
Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next year. Two Lantula. It's Lava Lantula 2. That's fucking Steve Gutenberg.
Why?
Oh.
Are these movies even like profitable?
They air on sci-fi, man.
This is almost as bad as all the direct-to-video Tremors movies.
Here's a good one. One sec.
Is it like 2 girls, 1 cup thing?
Here's a solid one. Let's go to this one.
2 lava, 1 lantula.
The Velocipaster.
Oh, yeah.
That
That's
sounds fun.
such a classic. That just keeps coming around.
This one's getting a sequel. Velocipaster 2 is coming out.
Yeah. That made its rounds on social groups of mine long before I joined any of these communities.
Here's a good one. Tammy and the T-Rex.
I recognize that name.
Tammy and the T-Rex. This has Paul Walker. This is Paul Walker and fucking Denise Richards. Denise Richards and Paul Walker in this. But yeah, Tammy and the T-Rex.
It looks like a comic from the 60s.
Let's do some Corman stuff. 1993, same year that Jurassic Park came out. Carnosaur with Diane Ladd, driven to extinction, back for revenge.
Yeah.
This got
Such
like
an edgy line.
This got like 4 sequels.
Why?
Carnosaur, baby. Oh, so many good ones.
I understand why we in Russia have the culture now of making like really, really bad movies, because they usually so full of advertisement that they basically pay off before they go on screen. So it doesn't matter if they don't get like any money in cinema, because they made their money in production anyway. But like this stuff, like I don't know why it exists. Like
I enjoyed these ones. I enjoyed Night Watch. This is a Russian film.
Never heard about it.
Night Watch and its sequel, Day Watch. Yeah.
Is it? Oh wait, I heard about it. It's just I didn't realize it's like a literal translation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And then you've got.
It's weird that they use this picture as a.
And then you got Day Watch. Night Watch.
Night Watch was better.
And then Day Watch was the sequel. All kinds of stuff. Oh no. I'm hearing myself in somebody's mic. Let me see here. Let me test.
A little bit echoing.
I'm good now. Okay. All right. Well, we're a little past 4, because of course vampires could drive up to the side of the building. Of course they can. Of course they can, Tony. And let's see. I see Jay Money's popped in. Good to see you, Jay Money. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, Tony Jesus Night Watch is awesome. Agreed. I'd recommend Southbound was really fucking good too. And Caligonchic, look up Southbound 2019. Oh, sorry, 2015. Southbound 2015. And this is the cover that you'll see. This is an anthology.
I hate Russian translation because they translated the name of the film is basically like Monsters from South. Why? It's the thing that we have with like translating films. I don't know. Sometimes they just like completely butcher the name of the film.
Yeah, Southbound. Southbound was really good. Well, we do. Looks like. How's it going, Bacon Soda? Currently live on YouTube, talking to believers about what they believe and why. If you are a believer, we'd like to talk to you. So you can use the link in the side chat to come and join us on the stage. Cool.
Have you seen Russian film Cargo 200?
I have not.
It's an interesting film. It's a little bit like a it's not a horror, it's like a psychology thing. Like it's a little bit depressive and like a bit scary in that sense. But like I recommend to watch it. There's like couple scenes that are really good. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll put that on the list. All right. Well, we are all over. Oh, Irreversible. J Money, you can't go that deep yet, man. He's not ready for something like Irreversible yet. I love Monica Bellucci, but not yet. All right. Well, we've been going a little over 4 hours. I know that the tiredness is creeping on me, and I'm going to have to lay down because I am exhausted, and I'm probably I'm going to be stupid, and I'm still probably going to try and get a little bit more work done on this video so I have less to do tomorrow. But I appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate all of the super chats and everything that came through. Remember, it's a fresh month. It's July, so new membership milestone chats. You get a free one every month. So I'd love to see how all you channel members, how long you've supported the channel. I do appreciate seeing those. I wish we had some better conversations that we had, but we did have some interesting ones. I did like that I had that one question that kind of like put him on the load screen. Or the processing screen, he wasn't 100% sure. I may actually clip that. If I can find it, I may actually like go back and look at that because that seemed interesting. It was kind of like, ask him a question. He was like, and so I was like, Deed. So, but nonetheless, this is the stage of reason. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, hit the like button. If you didn't, hit the dislike button. Leave a comment below because those comments really help to drive us in the algorithm. New content coming out this Tuesday, which will be first part in a larger video. So I do hope you all like it. I hope so. I'm taking a risk chopping it up instead of like dropping it as a whole, which is, I guess it's just, that's the gamble, I guess, with the YouTube algorithm. So I guess we'll figure it out. But I hope you all like it. And of course, we will be back here on Wednesday doing this. And hopefully on Wednesday, I will not be as tired and I will be in better shape. Hopefully I'm going to hear back from my doctor and get my back sorted out so that I can get back into the gym. That will make me really freaking happy. I'm feeling so gross these days. I really am. So nonetheless, thank you all so much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, and Kalagonchik. Thank you to PhD Tony for coming up. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me.
Absolutely.
It's always the pleasure.
Fantastic. And thank you so much to the guests who came up on the stage. Remember, if you are a believer and you want to come up on the stage, all you do is click the link. It's pinned in the side chat, the StreamYard link, and come up on and talk to us about what you believe and why. The purpose of this channel is not to try and corner anybody, make people feel silly, or farm clips off of them. These are conversations I think that are important to have. And I hope that anybody who was listening who hasn't come up on stage, I hope we see you on Wednesday. Please click the link. Come and join us. We don't bite unless we're asked. So I appreciate that. And I think that's it. You guys got anything going on? Anything coming up? Or
nothing special on my side as usual.
Okay. Cool.
My side is Russian, so.
All right then.
No,
well, I guess it's going to be it. I guess we will see everybody on the next one. So I appreciate everybody coming out. What's the worst one? Somebody said something. What's the worst movie ever? Primordial Puggle said, J Money, that was crazy. Oh, Irreversible? Yeah, Irreversible was bad. That was a rough one. That was tough. Yes. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Krakatoon. You hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We've fallen below 15,000, but I hit 15,000 earlier, so I consider myself at 15K. So, but it's hovering around 15K until the next video drops and I get a push. Then we'll see it. But nonetheless, Lindsay Bo, good to see you as well. Sorry I didn't get to say hi earlier. Burt Russell as well. Thanks so much. You guys rock. DeFreak, you're not blocked unblock me on your side, or maybe just come up on the stage and we'll just hash it out there. Because you seem to be really annoying my live chat. Okay? Put your money where your mouth is. Come up on the stage. Let's do it that way. All right. That is going to be it for me. I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. Hope you all have a fantastic week, because we're at the start of the week now. We will see you all on Wednesday. Look for new content on Tuesday. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody.